shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind drawn is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fair. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal to his bed. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, shooting keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to
Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome. We got Avery in the building. Welcome. And shout out to Lone Wolf and Cup. So the biggest, gayest joke on the internet is Nick, I don't think I can say that, and his balls massaging Groypers, either way. Welcome. So yes, some of you have heard that Groyper man numero uno, Nick Fuentes, has been openly campaigning to vote for Democrats in the midterms. And, supposedly this is his way of punishing the Republicans for not going through with what they promised. And, I definitely understand where he's coming from. It makes sense. But the fact of the matter is, this is not how you're going to get the country that you want to see. You should be like, we're going to punish you by all of us living under hell for the next 2, possibly more years, because we want to tell them. That is very feminine and very childish. So Steven Crowder brought him on to his show to kind of, talk this out. And I think, especially since last time Nick was on Crowder, it was a much better, it recently come, it was either right after or right before when Nick was on Piers Morgan. And Piers Morgan just went full boomer on him. And I was like, how dare you? You don't even have sex. And just like missing the mark entirely. So I'm excited. I think this is going to be an interesting conversation. And I'm definitely open. I am open to being convinced that I should vote for Democrats. Now, I highly doubt that I will be swung, but I am open to any position. And I definitely have issues with what the Republican Party and Trump specifically are doing. I don't know if I want the Democrats to win, but let's see. Let's dive right in. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know. Oh, Jesus, what did I do? Whoopsies. There we go. Look at that.
All right, Senor Fuentes, thank you for being. Can you see me? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Senor Fuentes, Mr. White Supremacist, Senor.
I can hear you well. What is, first off, you big time, you show up late, and it's the one time you're not wearing a suit, you do the hoodie? What is this?
It's early for me, Steven. I do a nightly show, so this is like, it's early in the morning over here, 10:30 for a show. All right. That's crazy.
No,
Yep, and I also have to get up early for that new client that can only work mornings, so y'all better make it worth it.
Joe, and I appreciate you letting me know and being accommodating last week where we had I had a doctor's appointment that I couldn't avoid. Hey, first off, where's the best place for people to find you? And I apologize, I'm looking down because I kind of have to look to see you on the monitor as opposed to my, you know how that is. Best place for people to find you when you stream.
I am at rumble.com/Nick J. Fuentes every Monday through Friday.
Shout out to Seth. Welcome. Said, how about we punish the Epstein class by voting for the snitch? Pretty much.
All right, Greg. And X, you're there now, right?
Yes, I'm still on X. Nick J. Fuentes there as well.
Okay. Well, I figured we start this off. I think last time, right, it was fair. It was a fun conversation. We had some disagreements. I'm hoping we can continue on that path. If you're good with it. Yeah,
absolutely.
And you fully have permission, by the way, to respectfully be disrespectful. I think, there's enough rapport. You can call my names, whatever that is. Treat me like a buddy, like a buddy who's assy kicking in the locker room. Now, speaking of which,
more like a father-son thing going on here, but whatever.
I did want to show you, I don't know if you saw our coverage of you rightfully shoving that lady who showed up to your house, but I have that clip on a loop on my computer, like a morphine drip, just because of how much I enjoy it. For people who haven't seen it, you were well with it. And were you surprised at the level of defense you got, even from detractors who didn't like you?
I was, and from Reddit. It was on the front page of Reddit, and all the Redditors were defending me too. So yeah, I thought it was going to be a little bit more maybe negative or maybe even split, but it was almost like 90% of people said I was in the right. So it's surprising.
I was a little surprised too, but I think that does indicate that people are tired of this shit. Because once upon a time, people went, well, he deserves it, that kind of stuff. So there was
Yup. Shout out to JL. Welcome to the party. Good to see you, sir. Just said, Seth said Fuentes was waiting for that moment. He's been baiting it for his whole existence. Very true, but that doesn't undercut the moment when it happens. I completely agree with you, but that's why I was completely in supportive of Nick in that moment. The fact is that yes, you are correct, but the other person is taking it into their own hands. So I am with him there. Yep. And Jason, he knows what he's doing. And so that's really the question with this Democrat stuff. Is he just talking, and saying the things that's going to go viral, or is he actually presenting a real political plan? Probably the former.
There's been a noticeable shift, I think, post Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, well, and I think people recognize you cross a boundary like that, and everybody understands people all have a home, and they don't want to be bothered at their home. Everybody recognizes we disagree. Everything's very politically charged right now, but we want to feel safe where we live. So I think there's something to that. We're definitely making some progress, I think.
Well, I want to show the clip for people who missed it, and then I don't know if you saw when we covered it. We did a Photoshop with it. But first, for those who missed it, the clip, awesome. The internet agrees he was well within his rights, and prepare to laugh. I love her reaction. Wait, what?
Oh my God! What are you doing?
She's surprised. Hold on a second. Nick, you know what I love about that? You walk back like both a cartoon character / Bigfoot who's annoyed. Like your arms are down here like this. Like you don't even seem that aggravated. Like this was just a day at the office. What? Oh my God. And then she turns to her friend who does nothing. Her friend is Judas. Keep playing it. There's so many elements here that I just love.
Friend?
All right. Gonna take your phone.
Yeah.
And then she turns to her friend.
You had that?
What? She didn't even roll down her window. She half opens it. By the way, parked in front of a fire hydrant. And then I don't know,
And so, like, as much as we could say, oh, well, Nick, what do you expect saying this, that, and the other? We could also say to the lady, what do you expect going up to somebody's home and, essentially assaulting them? It's legally acceptable self-defense, but makes you miss dueling. Hey, that I would pay pay-per-view to see the two of them. Oh, man. Jay said, Crowder's down bad doing podcasts with Fuentes. I disagree completely because of the fact that this is a very myopic view. It comes up over and over and over with a lot of you guys that because you personally think Nick is, not worth it or silly or stupid or a plant or whatever, that other people aren't paying attention and the ideas that he's espousing are not going anywhere. And that's just wrong. And so it's not about Fuentes. It's about the messaging that people are, hey, I am mad at the Republicans. I am mad at Trump. Maybe we do need to punish them. It's just a childish thing to think that way, but it's catching on. And so it's not about down bad. It's about this is what is relevant to the discourse.
I said, like, my favorite part is it gave us what should have been Time's photo of the year. This right here, like that to me, that picture, it looks like a 70s horror film. And so we turned it into a poster for you where it was, there you go. Yeah, the step Groyper. The next thing streaming could be you. So it's just, you really, it reminded me of the stepfather. But that was a lot of fun. I'm glad to see that, you got some support. And even though if we disagree on some things, it is dangerous out there. I think, would we agree on this, that definitely the left as a whole is violent, and those who have achieved power in our institutions, namely academia, media, big tech, the entertainment industry, we could use, I know that you probably would point out Jewry as well. I say the Marxist left, we'll get into that, but enemies of America that I think
Am I sure of what?
We both want, that kind of America, have seized significant power in the institutions in our country, and they are a threat. We find
Jay, before, without looking, how many views? This was from yesterday. How many views do you think this has? Gary should be on somebody stain his reputation. I mean, I don't disagree with that, but specifically on the point that he's down bad because Nick is there. So just take a guess on how many views you think this video has in one day.
common ground on that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And it's no question there is a scourge of left-wing violence. I talked about this on my show, even when Luigi Mangione killed that healthcare CEO. It was
well, obviously not 3 million views, but maybe across platforms. And so there you go. You can't say that exactly. That's the point. So you can't in one one sentence say, "Oh, he's getting 3 million views," but then saying he's down bad. It can't be both.
Thomas Crooks, Luigi Mangione, and then that seemed to ignite this cycle of violence then against Charlie Kirk, against Donald Trump. Even now they say the wildfires in the Palisades was started by some crazed radical leftists. So there's no question that that is going on. And like you say, it's
don't forget about the warehouse fire too.
Organized and exacerbated by the organized institutional left. So I think we're 100% agreement on that.
Okay, good. Now let's get to the part here where we disagree. And I think it's a political strategy prescription. So to be clear, we did play the clip where you said, I'm a moderate Democrat. Now I said, look, I think that's hyperbole. I think he's making the point here. So I don't want to do the whole, he's a leftist or he's a Nazi. Let's start.
Leave that to Piers. Leave that to Piers Morgan.
This way. How about I steel man your argument as I understand it, and you can let me know if I have a decent grasp or correct me.
Shout out to Glow and Dark. Welcome to the party. Where's the horn? Another person who is not quite a fan of Nick Fuentes. And so that's exactly why I want us to watch this on a platform where he is able to explicitly say, this is what I mean by that. This is my plan. This is what I want to happen. This is what I think will happen. And these are the goals. When you're just getting, secondhand shit from Reddit or clips that people are taking or whatever, then we already know that people hate Nick Fuentes. So there's all the incentive in the world to shit on him just because he's Nick Fuentes. We can be better and actually listen to what he's saying and tear it down on the merits if it's bad. No, I just meant that he's the one that is, how dare you? Oh, you're a virgin. That's what Pierce does. Yeah. All right. Let's dive back in.
Understand it. And you can let me know if I have a decent grasp or correct me.
Okay, sure. Okay.
So my view is you're issuing a political strategy, right? You are not a leftist. You are not a Democrat. But okay, Republicans have taken your vote for granted. They have not been held accountable. They haven't delivered on any of the promises that they've made. Americans are feeling this right now, particularly young Americans in this economy. They feel as though they're not represented and they're being sold out to big corporate interests, including, by the way, a foreign nation like Israel, placing that above the interests of American citizens. And so we need to speak the only language they understand, which is defeat, make it sting in the midterms, vote Democrat in 2026, so that it will pave the way or allow for a candidate who more effectively represents America first, or a true version of their constituency.
Yeah, that's a pretty good summary. Yes.
Okay, so now we know, at least on the base layer, the base level, that is what Nick is trying to do. So if we're making fun of him or we're tearing down his arguments, we've got to be accurate as to what we're making fun of and tearing down.
Okay, is there anything that you think I've gotten wrong or would correct?
I would add another layer to it because to me it is a two-parter. It's for 2026, but it also is there's a very significant part of it that's looking ahead to 2028 as well. But that's a big part of it. That's, let's say, half of it.
Okay, good.
So that essentially saying that we need to show them, we need to send them a message by voting for their enemies so that they come back to the table with stuff that we actually want. And again, logically, it's consistent, but just the idea that you are going to be able to control all of the variables and it's going to work out the way that you want it to work out. I mean, it's not impossible, but if you don't have, contingencies for redundancies and plan Zs for plan Bs, then you're fucked. You're fucked. Because there is an entire other apparatus of people who are actively trying to get the Democrats' policies in place. And so if you give them more power just to wag your finger at the Republicans, okay, but where does that leave the rest of us? Because it's not like the Republican politicians. It's not like Donald Trump, his life is going to change dramatically if there's a Democrat president. It's not like the elite. We know about the Uniparty. So all you're doing is punishing everybody who is agreeing with you. That's where I'm coming from. That's where he's coming from.
Now do mine.
Do me.
Well, I think that, you voted for Trump in 2024. I think you'll be voting Republican in 26 and 28. And I think you would probably say that the left is always going to be worse. The Democrats are always going to be worse. And so voting for something worse is always going to be bad. If we want Republicans to be better, we should maybe focus on primaries. And what's more, Republicans are holding back something far worse, which is always going to come from the Democrats. Things like open borders, not only no mass deportations, but also no borders, not only war with Iran, but maybe war with Russia.
Yeah, but give them a couple years. Give them a couple years, and then the Republicans will know.
Continuing the war in Ukraine.
Not like we didn't just go through a 4-year Democratic presidency.
Basically, it only exacerbates our problems, doesn't actually solve them. Would be something like, I think your position is.
I think that's actually relatively fair. I would probably add some layers too. It's multi-pronged. Like, I'm certainly not, I've had plenty of instances where I've not voted Republican, but I've said I am precluded from voting Democrat. So that's a non-starter for me. But I have left it blank when I've had Republicans on the ticket in elections, and I can't, because as a crisis of conscience, I can't violate it and vote for this person. I've even voted third party in local elections because that's different from national. I think we also both operate. That's one thing I appreciate about you. You're not just the system, man, third party. Let's vote Gary Johnson. Like, that under universal.
So let's take that example. Let's take that example of how many people were like, "Oh, I'm bucking against the system, against the two-party system, and going and voting third party." Like, okay, that makes you feel good. Does that actually help anything in America?
Universal suffrage. It's a two-party system, and you have to work within that to affect change, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And I appreciate you being more genuine about that, because a lot of people online just throw their hat in. You still keep you warring with each other. So I don't want to do that silly crap today. Okay. So flesh out the plan. I disagree. Vote Democrat in 2026. Why? And then walk me through the plan.
So, in 2024, I didn't vote Republican.
Well, and that, shout out to Box. Box always votes for Cenk. And I mean, good for you. You have the right to do whatever you want, but that's not actually doing anything in terms of helping the country. That's just doing it to make yourself feel better, and you're allowed to do that. But let's not think that by voting third party or writing in Mickey Mouse or whatever that you're changing the system.
accuse myself. I just told people not to vote. Everybody thinks I voted for Kamala, but I didn't. I just told people to withhold their vote. But in 2026, what really did it for me was the war in Iran. I think that for me, that was the red line. We were promised no new wars. We got a war in Iran. And I really believe that if you vote for...
We weren't promised no new wars, but he definitely ran on being the no new wars president. He was very clear about Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. Did we need to do all that we need to do, all that we did? That's a different question. But he didn't break a promise by going into Iraq.
Republicans after that, it's almost like he'll tolerate anything because that's such an explicit betrayal and on a very serious matter. And then what's more, to maybe get into the positive reason for voting Democrat as opposed to withholding your vote or not voting Republican, is I think that when you look at the House of Representatives in particular, and I'd say this on my show, they exercise oversight powers under the Constitution. And so they can depose, they can compel the release of documents, they can subpoena, form subcommittees. And I really believe that they, set against the Republicans, will actually work to slow down the administration. And it's not just that the administration is not doing things, they're doing things that are bad. They did try to bury the Epstein files. And if it wasn't for the Democrats and a handful of Republicans, they would have never seen the light of day. And then you have the War Powers Resolution in the Senate, which got shut down basically along party lines, with one exception, which was John Fetterman. And so, and then you have a group of Democrats, this is just last week, they put out a letter to the White House asking to disclose Israel's nuclear program. So I would like to see actually Democrats...
Can you repeat that last part just for people who maybe missed it? There was a lot of rapid fire, disclosing the nuclear program.
Yeah, there was a group of 20 House Democrats. They signed a letter to the White House, basically asking the White House to acknowledge that Israel has a nuclear arsenal because they believe, and I think it's correct, that the lack of disclosure about that creates a risk of miscalculation or escalation. We don't know where Israel's red line is when they would use a nuke. So these are just like a few examples where I think that
seemingly whenever they feel like it,
it's actually a good thing for Democrats to have a divided government with Republicans and slow down and challenge some of the things that are going on, because I think they're not good. And then if you will, do you want to stop there and then get on to the other part, or do you want me to finish?
Well, no, I think so. So let's take all of that, let's take it in totality. First off, I still don't think it's anywhere comparable to the actual progress, the wins that have been made under the Trump administration. Like, I wouldn't say and also, I don't think that these are things that you couldn't force Republicans to do. For example, it's a pretty popular position, at least in my experience with Republicans on the show, to remove this ambiguity, this unofficial ambiguity as far as Israeli nukes. I also agree with that.
And to just kind of piggyback off of that, I think often when we're talking to each other, then we want to group ourselves as we're right and the left is wrong. And then anytime we have a discussion of, okay, I didn't like that, it's kind of framed into it's not nearly as bad as the cult of the left, but it's like, oh, you're not supposed to say that. That's what the lefties say. It's like, hey, I'm going to call balls and strikes. Sorry, not sorry.
I don't think that it outweighs the mammoth wins, but let's assume that, okay, it's a wash for the sake of this. What I really want to know is, okay, so you vote Democrat. I think you and I would both acknowledge, because you've said that voting Democrat is a way to punish Republicans. You're not going to get the change in the system with the Democrat Party. Do I have that right? This is about fundamentally changing the Republican Party through accountability.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right. So as we can see, we're like, okay, so what is the plan? Well, you vote for the Democrats and then...
Totally.
Okay, good. Just because I don't want people to misconstrue what you just said. Like, so see, Democrats are actually good. Like, they have some bullshit that they throw in every now and then. What do you do after that? So in other words, you're saying this will lead us to a consistent or more representative victory, 2028. What's the roster? Where are the funds? What's the ground game, right? Because it's a big risk handing the country over to the left. We know what they want to do.
Well, and see, this is where it gets interesting, and this is where we might disagree on some things. So the way that I see it, 2028 is really what it's all about. I really believe that this administration is just cooked. Like, I don't think there's going to be a course correction. I have no faith in this administration. I think Trump is old. The people around him are very bad. And so I think the real question is, and this is a huge question, who will be Trump's successor? Because that person is going to define the direction of the party. And I really believe there should be a very competitive primary for the presidential race in 28. And what they're trying to do is consolidate support around either Vance or Rubio. As I'm sure you know, behind the scenes, there's a very big fight going on between donors and between party personnel. Are they going to get behind Rubio, which he seems to have the backing of the neocons and Mark Levin and AIPAC and Miriam Adelson?
And I ain't about that.
Or are they going to get behind Vance, who has the support of Little Tech, Palantir, Tucker, and he's going to clearly run in the more America First lane. At least nominally, he's going to claim that. And I think that we should not have consolidation where it's 80% behind one candidate. I think it should be wide open. I also don't like either Rubio or Vance, because I think you get a neocon or a Palantir guy. And so to me, the only
So even here, this level of, oh, well, you're going to get one of these guys or one of these guys, like your entire life, Trump has been in office or at least been part of the political apparatus. And he is an anomaly. We can't expect that there's always going to be another Trump and another Trump and another Trump and another Trump, specifically another Trump 1.0. Even Trump himself, you don't like. So we got Trump. We got Trump in 2016. We got a lot done. He was, hanging over when they may or may not have stolen the election. And then now he's back in. What makes you think that if Trump was the best that we've gotten in any of our lifetimes, that you're going to punish the Republicans into finding another better Trump? It's just, I think it's a position of not understanding how politics has always been and how different of a politician Donald Trump actually is. Also, this is the biggest flaw. Flag test. Okay, I'll take it. If Republicans lose, they're not going to say we made Fuentes upset. We need to change something. Bingo. They will say historically the party in charge loses the midterms, which is usually the case. Yep. But hey, our minds stay open. We are critical, but our minds stay open.
Because I think you get a neocon or a Palantir guy. And so to me,
again, like as opposed to what? As opposed to somebody who doesn't have big billionaire donors and corporate military, like that doesn't exist.
The only way to have an open field is if everyone associated with the administration is sufficiently weakened. So I'm actually rooting for Democrats to degrade and sabotage this administration and the people in it so that they're less politically viable. And maybe that clears the way for a dark horse or an outsider, someone from outside the MAGA, Mar-a-Lago, Trump administration to maybe clinch the nomination in 28. And
pipe dream, brother. Pipe dream. But this is equally as out of touch as thinking that Bernie was going to actually bring real democratic socialism or whatever the fuck it was. Like, yeah, it all sounded good. And like I said, I would have happily voted for Bernie. And I felt very upset that I had to vote for Hillary. I know. But this is just naivete. This is just naive.
Mar-a-Lago Trump administration to maybe clinch the nomination in 28. And
like who? Give me a name.
To me, that's really the big picture.
Okay. So here's my primary problem, what you just said. And it's a keyword maybe. So my first question is the roster. You say, yeah, competitive primary. I agree. I hear who you don't want. The roster, the funds, the ground game. Maybe, right? Because you tried this before. It's failed. The losses are real with the Democrats that we faced. I would argue, I think it'd be tough to argue against. Worst 3 years in modern American history. The wins, the potential wins that you're describing are imaginary with no concrete. And I know that you talked about this with Dan Bilzerian, so I'm not trying to sandbag you here, but if I'm going, okay, there's a risk. It's a political.
Ooh, Dan Bilzerian. Well, if he's on board, then, well, now my mind has changed.
Play. Well, I won't be able to take part, along with many conservatives, Republicans, because I cannot vote Democrat. Doesn't mean I'll vote for Republicans all across the board. Can't vote Democrat. But the roster, the funds, the ground game, the things that you need to win elections in 2028 through the major risk of handing the country over to Democrats when we know that means open borders, packing the courts, turning them into citizens, right? DEI back in the administration, H-1B skyrocketing again, all of that. Huge risk, concretes, so we see the payoff.
See, poor Morty. He's like, you motherfuckers are too cheap. I'm going to bed. It's all right, Mort. I'll host on my own. I don't need you.
Huge risk, concretes, so we see the payoff.
See, and this is where you might disagree, because I think that's maybe the best argument against it. And you're 100% right. It is an extremely risky play, and I don't underestimate that risk at all, and I don't want to understate it. But here's my reframe. Here's kind of like my game theory reframe of it, is I really believe that this country has serious problems with the debt, with the border.
Really?
They want a $1.5 trillion budget for.
He's talking about our country. You think that our country has these? I don't know about that, bro.
Military alone, the Republicans do. We got this war in the Middle East. I really believe that without a radical intervention, like a radically different approach, whether we get a Democrat or lesser of two evils Republican, like a continuity with what we have under Trump, I think that's a no-win proposition. Like if it's Gavin Newsom, JD Vance, or Marco Rubio, if those are our options, and let's say everybody else in the Democratic field, I don't see any of those candidates solving it, fixing it. To me, it's really just a question of how fast or how slow it's all going to come crumbling down. And so that's the only reason why I say, if we degrade the two people in this administration, it's sort of like we know what we're going to get with them, and we know it's not going to be radical enough. At least if we tear them down, it's a huge maybe, but then there's an opening that something radical may appear. And I've got some people in mind.
Like what? Okay, you got some people in mind. Like who? What kind of figure is already not out there that is going to be able to do this? Yeah, right. Crazy. Breaking news. But all right, let's see.
Maybe, but then there's an opening that something radical may appear. And I've got some people in mind. I wouldn't say them, of course, because that game about who's going to run and who's going to throw their hat in the ring, and then my endorsement might hurt that person if they're characterized as the Groypers Caesar or something.
I don't think so. I mean, we have examples of that right here. I mean, Ken Paxton, who you may or may not like, but like Brandon Herrera, who was on the show, he won his primary. We had him on the show. I knew him through the GunTube community, and he directly went up against AIPAC. They put out a hit on him, figuratively, to be clear to people watching. He fought them, and he's going to win. He's going to win his seat. He then won the primary. So, no, you could have an effect. I actually think it's a requirement, frankly, considering the risk. If we both acknowledge it, the risk is you say something radical could happen. With the answer you're giving me now, something radical will happen. It's the radical that we experienced from 2020 through 2024. So the radical upside, you do got to give a name. You do have to give some finances and a ground game for us to take that risk. Because I don't think, and I'll make the case here, I don't think there's an equivalency. If you look at the actual record, Nick, when Democrats controlled the Senate, it gave us open borders, record inflation, right, at 9.1%, trillions in new spending. They, of course, stopped deportations. They stopped building the wall. They put DEI. I mean, they had the Department of Misinformation. Trump 2.0 has put us for the first time in net negative immigration, record deportations, over $1 trillion in cuts. Not to mention doing away with DEI in the administration, some huge Supreme Court wins that actually pave the way going forward. I mean, H-1Bs are a really big thing. I know because you ran billboards on them. They are not the same. These are actually...
So when you take those things, then you have to understand that is the counterbalance to all the things that someone like myself is saying, I don't like what Trump is doing here, and here. The reason that the next logical step isn't, so I'm going to vote for the Democrats, is because of all of the things that he just listed and more. It's just not that simple. And I kind of envy the childlike innocence of thinking, well, I'm gonna get this done. And I mean, Lone Wolf said it perfectly before. If Republicans lose, they're not gonna say we made Fuentes upset. We need to change something. They will say historically the party in charge loses the midterms, and then we move on, and you have done nothing, absolutely nothing. Hey, shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. So far, I am not convinced. But as is my brand, I will stay open-minded, and we'll see. Can I be convinced? I definitely could, but on this prompt of voting for Democrats to punish the Republicans, probably not. Jordan Peters saying, well, what do you mean exactly by problem? Yep. Shout out to Costcola. Welcome. So to someone with a profile and an anti-trans political stance, Fuentes telling people to vote for baby killers makes him my mortal enemy. How can he say he's Catholic? And this is because of the fact that he is very often, like we talk about the leftist, looking at this as a game. Now, I'm not saying that because he used game theory before. It's not bad to approach this and understand that there is a game being played. But at the end of the day, it is not a game that you can just maneuver and win. It's people's lives. And he's just not there yet. He's just not there yet. And so in the same way, oh yeah. But now that we got that national debt that he just told us about, I'm moving in the other direction. No, but some of you may say the same thing about my positions on morality and having this secular moral structure that everybody can buy into that doesn't preclude being religious and so on and so forth. You may say that that's a pipe dream and that is something that cannot exist, and you may be right. But at least I'm aware of the fact that that is a possibility where I'm saying, okay, I'm either going to work until it happens or until I'm sure that it can't. Knowing that those are equally, or maybe not equally, but those are both viable options of going down this road. And I don't think that Nick has grappled enough with the reality of what he's trying to do. And he thinks he's a little bit more powerful than he is. And then, of course, because how old is he? Like 26 or something? Nick Fuentes is 27. He's born in 1998. He's born in 1998. So like I get it. You it makes sense internally when you ignore all of the things that make it not work.
When bees are a really big thing, I know because you ran billboards on them. They are not the same. These are actually, I would say, and I think you'd be hard pressed to argue against whether they're enough. They are the single biggest rightward shift domestically that we have seen in modern American history, and that includes Reagan, Nixon, anyone else. So the risk is what we live through. That's guaranteed to happen unless we have concrete.
Yeah, what I would push back on is I really think that you think you're overstating some of the wins. To me, I would just say it's too little too late. I mean, as far as like open borders, that's my favorite one because Trump ran in 2016 saying we're going to build a border wall. And why a border wall? Because it cannot be torn down. You build a physical structure. Democrats can't undo that. If it's an executive order like Remain in Mexico or some of those other architecture, they can, and they did. And so it was
okay. But Nick, so then you have to go to the next level. He promised a wall, and that was a good idea because a wall can't be taken down as easily as an executive order. So then we have to ask ourselves, why then did he not build as much of the wall as Nick wants? Because you can't just what's the word I'm looking? You can't just steamroll through. The entire apparatus was against that, especially in 2016, even though the Republicans were on board and were always, anti-immigration, illegal immigration. The border wall was not exactly. That was the mentality. And so there's other aspects of just, well, this will work and this is good. Those are the ideas. The politics of it all is A, convincing people that you're right, and B, getting people to get out and vote and push for that. Shout out to Boggs. Welcome to the party. So I was going to ride my mini bike tonight, but I saw this title and had to stay. I got him. Welcome to the party. What do you mean you disagree with the poll? Oh. You mean disagree with the prompt in the poll? I was like, how do you disagree with the poll? Yeah, most people do. And of course, as our resident lefty, not leftist, as our resident lefty, even if it would help that side, it's not going to go towards the goal that Nick wants.
Like Remain in Mexico or some of those other architecture, they can, and they did. And so it was really Trump's failure to build a border wall. And he enforced it through executive orders, which is why Democrats were able to come in and say, oh, we're just going to undo all of that. And you might say, well, okay, Trump has another crack at it, and the border is secure now. It's like record low crossings. There's no apprehensions at the border. However, it seems that once again, he's given up on the wall. You know, you've got coming up.
And again, so that is incorrect. There has been wall building. But again, why do you think that is? Shout out to Jason. Welcome to the party. What's up with the title? It is describing the video. The Groypers are voting for the Democrats. And if you look at the poll, they are saying we should vote Democrat in 26 to punish the Republicans so that someone better will come forth for 28. That was his, that's what we're doing here. And so Crowder's like, hey, I get the idea that, you don't like what's going on and you want some retribution, but this ain't it, homie. This ain't it. And so, yeah, and I think, Box, you would even agree. I think you're very clearly aware of the fact that you don't actually think that you're shaking up the system when you cast that vote. You're just doing that because you're not going to co-sign either of the two people that were up there. And it makes you feel better to go out and do that. Whereas it seems like Nick here thinks that doing this, I'm going to star this chat that Lone Wolf said, because he said it perfectly. Like, this is, if the Republicans lose, they're not going to say, we made Fuentes upset, we need to change something. They'll just talk to historicity, is that a word? The history of the incumbent not doing well in the midterms. And so it's just it's just naive. It's just naive. Oh no. Oh no. Yikes. Yikes. You got so show her this stream. Show her this stream. Groypet her. Like I said, I voted for Obama twice. Second time I regret. I caucused for Bernie. The DNC did DNC things. I voted for him anyways, then left the DNC. My hands are clean. Yeah, and fair enough. Like I was saying before, that people who, a lot of people write in Mickey Mouse every year. But I don't think that the majority of those people think that they're sending a message and punishing anybody. It's just, well, instead of just not voting, it's a protest vote. And that's for the individual, not because you think you're going to change things. And that's fine, but just be aware of that.
However, it seems that once again, he's given up on the wall. You've got
that's incorrect,
coming
Nick.
up.
That's incorrect, Nick. He has built more of the wall in his first 6 months than all 4 years of Biden. And it's on track to be done in 2027. Let's call it 28. It's just
How much
not
wall has he
correct.
built this year?
This last year, it's been, as I understand it, hundreds of feet, and they're going to be putting up digital security, right? Because there's certain areas and terrain that are a little bit more complicated, but more than Biden in 4 years. And you're saying vote.
Well, really quick for those of you who just joined us, essentially, I'm saying that the poll is the bottom line, the TLDR of what Nick is saying. Vote for the Democrats to punish the Republicans, so that they will put somebody better forth. And I do think that it is funny that he thinks that it's a real plan. And I like I said at the beginning, I'm willing to be open-minded. I'm here to listen and hear him out and see if maybe I had an idea of what he was talking about, and maybe. But so far, it's just very much childlike innocence of not understanding that there was a political landscape before Trump. Trump is the anomaly, and so to try to be like, oh well, they're not being Trump 1.0 anymore. Yeah, because that was 10 years ago, bro. That was a little blip. Everyone else is, the uniparty. That's what this is. And I'm totally with you that I want to break that pattern. But voting for the other side is not going to do that. So moderate them like me now. Well, that's explicitly what he's saying. He's not. He's like, I don't agree with any of their things. I just want, as Glowdark said, just wants to stick it to the man. Chuck Yeager is a stunning and brave Afro-Indigenous, Latinx, queer, trans woman of disability, and we love that for her. Fair enough.
Certain areas and terrain that are a little bit more complicated, but more than Biden in 4 years. And you're saying vote for those people for 4 years. So there is a difference building anything than nothing. And I agree with you, by the way, like a good example, H-1Bs. Remember, you ran those billboards, right?
Yeah.
And you and I were on the same page. I don't know if you saw this. I was going hard at Elon Musk on X, on H-1Bs, and President Trump. And by the way, got into an argument with Vivek in person. I suggested a 3-point plan. One of them was a 6-figure fee. So you put up, have you told your audience about the unfathomable wins on H-1Bs?
Well, I believe they hit the cap for H-1Bs last year, did they not, in 2025?
So 26% reduction in issuances, and new overseas H-1Bs, meaning people who are not in this country, down 87%.
And so again,
they were up anywhere from 20.
And so again, then we have, so it's not perfect. So therefore they need to be punished. But they're moving in the right direction. The founding fathers did not want the wheels of justice and politics to move quickly. That creates extremism, and the pendulum swings even further. We want these things to slowly move in the right direction. Because if something, everything has an equal and opposite reaction. So if we come down and we just fucking make everything exactly as we want, well, guess what? A lot of people aren't going to like that, and they're going to push back even harder. That's how we got in this fucking culture war in the first place. And so you just want to exacerbate that. Because you think you have the power. You think you have the ears of the public. Well, all the Groypers voted against us, so we must be so wrong.
Come on, man. To 90% under Biden. The denial rate was like 1%, 2% on a really good day. 87% reduction on new overseas H-1Bs with 100,000.
I wish you had just said POTUS from becoming dictator, but, rent free Trump yet.
Dollar fee. If you put up billboards and people are upset about that, and you and I are in the same camp, Have you told your audience about that win? That's the biggest shift we've ever seen in H-1Bs. It's not even close.
Again, yeah, I just don't think that's really, when you say, well, they're building hundreds of feet of border wall, that's more than Biden. Well, there's a 26% reduction in H-1Bs. They hit the cap, I believe.
87%. And here's why. 87%. Here's why. You know why? And Nick, let's both pretend that we're smart enough.
Okay.
The president has broad powers over people coming into this country, right? New H-1Bs. And I see this a lot where he gets no credit for executive orders. But then when things get blocked and cut, they also blame Donald Trump and go, why didn't he get these cuts? Well, that's because of 100% of Democrats. And yes, some feckless Republicans. We should know them by name, the Thunes, the Murkowskis, the Collins of the world who should be voted out. But he has broad powers on who's coming in the country. He can slap 100,000 on that. And he did, 87% reduction. To deal with the bulk of H-1Bs, people who are extending them, that would require an act of Congress. So the most potent tool that he has as president, he enacted an 87% reduction in new people coming over. People should know that if they're going to say both sides are the same.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm just...
Yep. Ever said if anyone gives a shit what the Groypers think about anything, you're retarded. Bingo. Now, again, that doesn't mean that he is not influencing people. That doesn't mean that his ideation of, let's punish the Republicans and, oh my God, let's punish the Republicans by voting for Democrats. That doesn't mean that message can't go out far enough to actually hurt things. But it's also not enough, like Lone Wolf said, to change the entire establishment. It is childish to think that. Lone Dart said any vote for a Dem or progressive or Democratic Socialist at this point is a tacit endorsement of trans and kids. Bingo. If you vote Dem, you are the enemy of basic humanity. Strong words. Strong words. Bach said, I come into this assuming Nick is in the right. I have not seen this yet. Well, if you disagree with the prompt, then you disagree with Nick, because that's what Nick is saying. Nick is saying, we hate the leftists, we hate the Democrats, they're bad, but Trump is not perfect, so we need to punish the Republicans so that they put someone even better than Trump. Not understanding that Trump was the better than whatever in terms of the Republican mindset. This is the better. The better is over. We had a nice little bump. That's over. We're now going back. I mean, obviously, Trump has irrevocably changed the landscape, but the Trump era is over. It is not impossible that we get another figure like that, but the Trump era is over. And so again, when he's saying, "Oh, we need to bring out somebody better," who? He says it's like what? Like, yes, if there was that person, I would be right behind you, but then we wouldn't need to vote for the Democrats. We could just vote for that guy. So I don't understand what this is. If you have a name in mind, then why not just campaign for that person? You know? Costco Law School said Dan Bilzerian had a big anti-J conference with some insane commies and Muslims, and Fuentes objected because it didn't represent American identity. So all of these people are infighting too. Well, I mean, when you have these crazy ideas and you're, as we can see, of the mindset that it must be perfect or it's all bad. This is the leftist mindset. We want to talk about the woke right. How do you get more woke than what Nick is doing right now? How do you get more woke than what Nick is doing right now? He most definitely is influencing people. This is one reason I think he's a plant. Well, either way, it's important to understand what the argument is so that when the people who have been influenced are speaking, voting, putting comments, whatever it is, then we understand the reality of what they're saying, and we're not just going off what other people say. Jason said, I know historians that hate Fuentes for telling people to get over the Holocaust and stop crying about it. Yeah, that'll trigger some people. Bingo. Who is the question? I mean, as far as Democrats go, I don't hate Ro Khanna. I fucking love Massey. Massey Fuentes. I don't think that's gonna happen. Isn't that the Nazi guy? I thought you guys hated Nazis. Right? Am I wrong? Grand Planner. Oh, this is the cover up, I guess. What was the? Oh, there you are. There you go. That's your boy, right, Mr. Nazi? I had no idea they were hanging Nazi memorabilia on the wall at this random tattoo shop. But I had no idea because they didn't have anything else that would be problematic, right? If you've ever been in a tattoo parlor, they're not big places usually. It's usually maybe if it's not just one room, then you have a lobby and then you have tiny little rooms that have the tables. And so the stuff that is on the walls is going to have some type of theme. Usually it's just generic tattoo stuff. Usually it's just the type of tattoos and maybe specifically the designs of the artists there. But you're not walking into that place and not seeing other crazy Nazi shit. Do I think that should be disqualifying one way or the other? Not necessarily. But a lot of people have been saying a lot of things about Nazis, and now all of a sudden he's the good one.
Come on, man.
No principles, just positions. That guy should be the last guy on your list. And I don't even know what his politics and his policies are. So I might agree with a lot of what Graham Planter has to say. But I'm not the cancel culture person. I'm not of that ilk. We do all know this. So how come you don't apply that to when it doesn't help your side? That's why I say no principles, just positions. Your position here is that he is more than his tattoo. But if somebody else on the right had it, then you'd be like, oh, well, he's a Nazi. Because you don't go by principles, you go by your feelings. And for whatever reason, you're icky this, icky that, icky. But, Nazi tattoos are not icky according to Box. Speaking of Box, that's a guy with a Trump Buddhist. What is racist about that? What is racist, or how does that have anything to do with Nazis or anything that I just said? Follow that up. We're not moving on until you follow that up. I'm gonna give Morty his treat. There you go, bud. Box talking shit. So yeah, make that argument. Oh, we got time. So I'm making the argument that the left very often has problem with Nazi stuff. And the fact that a lot of you guys do not have a problem with Graham Planter, regardless of what I feel about it, is that you are not sticking to any principle. I thought Nazis were bad. That's what I believe. And so in any context, it doesn't matter who or what, or if it benefits me or if it's not. If somebody is a Nazi, I'm going to say that's bad. But you don't have that. And so I'm not allowed to make that argument because I have a Trump Buddhist, a Trump as a Buddha tattoo. Make that argument. While we wait, feel free to blame it on the characters. I got Discord open right here, buddy. I got Discord open right here. I don't care. No. I don't care about him. I care about this. Why am I not allowed to point out the hypocrisy of you not liking Nazis unless it's a Nazi that you like? Because I have this tattoo. What about this tattoo invalidates that argument? What part of that argument is hypocritical or anything? What is the relevance of my tattoo and what I just said? Shout out to Equality and Deference because vagina said liked and shared. My goodness. Thank you. So very, very much. Of course, you guys know that stuff helps out so very, very much. And sharing that video helps so much. You don't even need to worry about if anybody clicks on the link just by you telling the platform they want more. You tell the platform you want more people to see it. They will show it to more people. And yes, Box is holding us. He's holding us hostage because he's trying to call me out for hypocrisy, for pointing out hypocrisy, but I'm not allowed to point out hypocrisy because I have a Trump as a Buddha tattoo.
What?
No principles, just positions. I feel like I feel like he's a normal person, so it's okay. So again, what does the tattoo have to do with it? What does my tattoo have to do with your hypocrisy? Okay, lots of reasons why we're not getting an answer. Just looking for an answer. You says the guy with a Trump Buddhist tattoo, and again, we're talking specifically about this tattoo, that is just a silly joke as Trump with the red tie, the red hat, as a big fat Buddha, which many would say is disrespectful to Trump. But yeah, so Box is, I would if he would come up, but he's not coming up here. You gonna come up, Box? Box, come up and explain this. Come up and explain this. This is just for Box right now. So again, I said Graham Plattner had this Nazi tattoo and then covered it up. And that seems hypocritical that the people screaming about how Donald Trump has been a Nazi for the last 10 years are all of a sudden being like, you know what? I mean, yeah, he's a Nazi, but like, he's chill. No, only when it helps my position. No principles, just positions. You just saw it in real time. And I'm not going to hold my breath that we're going to get an actual answer.
An 87% reduction in new people coming over. People should know that if they're going to say both sides are the same.
We're not doing a panel.
Yeah, I mean,
Just for Box coming up. I'm doing things.
maybe I'm just not sure, but I believe he hit the cap for H-1Bs last year. It was 127,000.
You're always going to hit the cap when you're talking about people extending H-1Bs. What we're talking about is new people, new Pajeets coming in, right?
Yeah.
$100,000. And this is it also, by the way, this is your job, my job as commentators. It shifts that Overton window where it's like, hey, we were told that they were bringing in, the Haji Elon Musk or the next brown Nikolai Tesla.
No. I mean, maybe if that's what Box is arguing, that because I have this tattoo that I'm a national socialist of some sort. Maybe, but I have no fucking clue what this tattoo has anything to do with the hypocrisy of spending 10 years talking about how bad Nazis are, and then someone who's not a Nazi, and then someone who has an actual Nazi tattoo. Like, no, they're cool. Connie said, that's make no sense. Well, I do that anyway. That don't make no sense. I haven't been saying that for a while. I gotta bring that back. That don't make no sense. Like,
well, $100,000 fee would mean nothing. Instead, people now know these were people coming in to undercut Americans as cheap labor. So that number matters a lot. If Congress would act, you're not.
I know you didn't, but you brought up my tattoo in the context of my talking about tattoos. So again, the question is, what does my tattoo have to do with your hypocrisy? Even if you can make some argument that I am also being hypocritical. That doesn't prevent you from also being hypocritical. Isn't that the tu quo fallacy? No, you have a tattoo that I don't like. Therefore,
what? Stupid. Americans as cheap labor. So that number matters a lot. If Congress would act, you're not going to have it, especially not with more Democrats.
I would go further, though, and I would say, so you're still hitting the cap.
Oh yeah, drop it in the Discord, and we'll all look at it. Okay. So what does that have to do with the okay, but so then why, if it's not about the tattoo, so if we're willing to have nuance with Graham Plattner, why is there not nuance with other people? Hypocrisy. So what does that point have to do with my tattoo? I don't care about Plattner anymore. I don't care about his tattoo. I'm caring about your state of mind. Why this was relevant for you to say, because yes, actually, you brought up Planter. That's his whole fucking quote unquote legacy. So you actually did bring it up, but fine. You didn't specifically bring up the tattoo. So you brought up the Nazi tattoo guy, and then I talked about the tattoo and how that is hypocritical of all of you to say that Nazis are bad, except the one that I like. You said, says the guy with a Trump Buddhist tattoo, stop, bro. Why should I stop? What does my tattoo have to do with me saying these things? I thought your battery was dying. You're coming up. 1 second. Yeah, see? You just take the L, bro. Just take the L. You're like, you're right. You're right. I was just thinking tattoo, and I said it, and it was a stupid thing to say. That's okay. We can move on.
Democrats.
I would go further, though, and I would say, so you're still hitting the cap. And I would go further and say, what about all this talk about seasonal farm visas? What about this mass deportations where we're going to exempt agricultural workers, we're going to exempt farm workers, hospitality, luncheonettes, we're not going to deport anybody other than the criminal illegals? This is what I mean. It's like, I think maybe where we're getting stuck is it's not as if things are not improving. Like, you're 100% right. At Department of Labor and at DHS, they are.
Okay, what's your point? Fair enough. You were wrong about. You're saying that this is irrelevant. Fair enough. So okay, if you have a point, what is that point?
Making some policy changes, the $100,000 fee. I think that's great, and that's a great start. And cutting down the new overseas visas, that's great too. But once again, we were promised mass deportations. What's more, yet 10 million illegals come in under Biden. And so this is why I say it's just like too little too late.
I'd say more than 10.
Is that what you're saying? That you like the Nazi tattoo and also you like my tattoo? So because you like both, then there's not a problem. Is that your line of logic? Again, I'm just trying to understand what the fuck you are saying. I'm not even saying you're wrong, because I don't know what the fuck it is that you are saying.
12 to 20, depending on how you count it, but a lot.
Sure. Well, and
too many. We agree. Too many.
But we don't even know how many deportations there are, because ICE doesn't publish.
Donald Trump is a great president for the right. All of his bullshit aside. Do you accept that statement? No, you don't. Because you don't have principles. You just feel, oh, no, I don't feel icky enough about the Nazi tattoo. I just feel icky enough about whatever bullshit Trump has done. Oh, yep, that's a screenshot. That's a screenshot. There we go. Beautiful. I cannot wait to revisit this one. Fox, you got a number of these. You got a number of these fucking screenshots. Oh my goodness! Shout out to the sugar daddy. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Why is this red? Did you send like a higher level or something? I just want to make sure, because I want to give you the proper the proper due. But either way, my goodness, thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Can we get you up here, Mort? Can we get you up here for a treat? Come on, it's Funkmaster. Yeah, there we go, my good boy. Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, sir. Look at all of that. Oh, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much. And guys, it's Wednesday, and we're only at $43 for the weekly goal. I had a good time with Young Frankenstein. And I am very excited for more of these classic movies that I have never seen before. The Funk Master General again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, where is it? Boom. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. Did we get any answer from I'll leave. All right, I'll leave you alone, Box. Now I'm starting to pick on you. All right. No. We all saw what happened. We all saw what happened. No need to beat a dead horse. All right, let's dive back in. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Here we go. And yes, in case you are just joining us, this is not clickbait. The Groypers literally are saying we should vote for the Democrats in the midterms to punish the Republicans. And as Lone Wolf so accurately pointed out, it ain't going to work like that, homie. It ain't going to work like that. And I do want to repeat that I do think this is, among other things, the fact that he's young, the fact that he, got famous pretty young. There's also the aspect. That he's never been alive. Well, I mean, he's been alive, but he's never been like a real person as opposed to a child, except for the Donald Trump era. So it makes sense to me why he thinks that. Oh well, we should just get the next Trump. That's a big ask, buddy boy. That is a big ask. All right, thank you again, Funk Master General. Let's dive back in.
But we don't even know how many deportations there are because ICE doesn't publish the data anymore. We don't have new official data on removals from the government since December 2024 from the Biden administration. So it's like, what we're being promised. And this, by the way, gets back to how radical it needs to be. It's like, because you could always say, and you wouldn't be wrong at all, that Republicans are going to be better. Are they going to build more border wall? Are we going to have less H-1Bs? Are we going to have more?
And actually, real quick, while I do say, that was a member post, 17 months, very much appreciated. And that is what this channel and this community, shout out to those of you who recently joined the Discord and been actually chatting and stuff. That is what this community is about, where we can and we can go hard, and we know that it comes from love and respect. That I do really appreciate having somebody that I disagree with like this in this community, and 17 months as a member. Very, very, very much appreciated. Trump did Sitch, Doge, and immigration numbers. Obama still whooping him out. Yeah. Oh, ditch. Yeah, he ditched the Doge and immigration number. Yeah. But that's exactly the point. That this is the middle ground to say all of those things that we don't like they're real things to not like about Donald Trump and his presidency, namely the other people and like the whole Epstein stuff. But and the war is it depends on how you feel about that stuff. But I mean, Epstein stuff is a little bit more down the middle. But the point is that this perfect candidate that Nick is looking for does not exist. That is the nature of politics. The person that you're looking for has no interest, has no desire to be the next Donald Trump. Oh, yeah.
Republicans are going to be better. Are they going to build more border wall? Are we going to have less H-1Bs? Are we going to have more deportations? Absolutely. But when you actually look at the numbers, it's like, okay, well, they brought in 10 to 20 million in 4 years. Right. Even if the numbers are true, when they say we arrested 600,000, maybe we only removed 300,000, you're not even making a dent in that. And you could say, well, anything counts. I would say it doesn't make a difference. Like, not really. 600,000 against 20 million, not really. And that's where I would say I favor taking the risk of getting something more radical than what we know, which is getting something that won't be anything.
And so again, he's the expected risk, or the expected risk he's taking on is way bigger than he's giving it credit for. It's just like, oh, well, maybe if we do this and that and that and that. Yes, you are right. But the maybes there are so big that this is just not a good plan. If everything works out perfectly to plan, then yes, you're right. But that's not how life works.
Well, and I can understand that position if I believe the numbers that you throw. Here's the one thing that I do notice, and I don't think that you're a Democrat. No, I really don't. But you do consistently use Democrat talking points against the right. And you have, this is not a primary issue, right? You've advocated that your followers either sit out or vote Democrat in 2020, 22, 24. And as a result, the big one, and this is a big problem that I've had with your approach, not you as a human being, Georgia, right? That flipped the Senate with Kamala Harris as a tiebreaker. And precisely because if people had followed, I'm not saying that you're responsible, but if people had followed your prescription in Georgia, that would be the exact reason for 10 to 20 million illegal aliens coming over an open border wall. That would be the exact reason for stopping them. That would be the exact reason for a doubling in some instances of H-1Bs. And I don't think that those changes are mild. When you say 600,000, we both know that is a point that the left will use. It's not accurate. You do have to include self-deportations because there's an incentive for self-deportations and more.
And that's a good thing. As much as we want these people out of here, it is better to get these people out of here on their own than have to use the tax dollars to go through NICE to get them out of here. We want that. That's America first.
More people are...
Quality said, no one is wrong about everything. Occasionally, the left is right. Broken clock, right? Broken clock.
Self-deportations because there's an incentive for self-deportations and more people are self-deporting. Next thing, I bet you'll say that Obama or Clinton deported more people. We did an entire segment on this because people on the right are saying that, and it's factually not true.
Called it.
Well, I never encourage people to vote.
Wait, where is it? He called it. I missed it. But yeah, exactly what Box just said. Exactly what, there we go. You know? I mean, woke right is pretty woke.
Actually not true.
And I wouldn't have called him woke right before this maneuver. He is like, he definitely was bad in terms of his ideology, but I wouldn't specifically call him woke right. Now, that's woke.
Well, I never encourage people to vote Democrat in 2022, 24. Only this is the first year I've told people to vote Democrat. All those other elections, I told people to sit out selectively or altogether. But the Georgia Senate runoff, which is, I think, what you're talking about, January 5, 2021, with Loeffler and Perdue, you know, this is, again, it's like Trump, I think we both agree, got cheated out of that election. Like they stole the election. At the same time, Republicans controlled the state legislature in all the swing states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, everywhere where that was being adjudicated, Republicans were in control, and they just refused to do anything. They refused to change the slate of electors. And at the same time that they were telling us, we're not going to remedy the election, they were also begging us to vote to hold the line in the Senate. And here I am saying, wait a second, why don't we hold the line in the White House? You're worried about the Senate. And then I would add on top of that, and maybe
okay, so then that goes to the plan. How do we hold them? By voting for the Democrats, and then
is going to be controversial. I actually don't think Republicans are really all that against illegal immigration. I think that Democrats and Republicans maybe wanted the illegals here because there was a significant labor shortage after the pandemic ended. People were slow to return to work. They were being paid too much. And, you know, so you could say, like, if only Republicans had won, then there wouldn't be 10 to 20 million illegals.
But what numbers do you have to back that up? First off, Nick, come on, you did. You told people to sit out or vote. In 2022, you told them to sit out or vote Democrat. And I'll give you 2020, you said you did. But in 2020...
No, in 2020, I was pro-Trump.
Run the clip. I remember clips of him going, I don't know exactly when, but I remember clips of him going around being down on Trump pretty early. This isn't a new thing. Maybe the specifically telling people to vote Democrat is new, but his dislike for Trump was definitely out there.
No, but in 2022, you told people to sit out or vote Democrat. I remember.
I didn't tell them to vote Democrat in 22. I just said sit out.
No, you said sit out or vote Democrat. In 2020, you did not say vote Democrat. You said we're going to destroy the GOP and to sit out the runoff in Georgia, which is exactly what flipped the Senate, which is exactly what opened the borders and stopped the border wall and led to the woke fucking nightmare that we dealt with. Right?
One in the chat if you want to search for that clip and see if he actually said it. I personally feel like that's not the best use of time because I don't think that Crowder would be that hard on it if he hadn't just seen the clip. But one of you want to try to find the clip.
Right? Well, if people had gone out, okay,
got to correct the record. I got to correct the record. In 2020, in the 2020 election, I told people vote Trump. It was only in the runoff in Georgia in January 5, 21, that I said sit this one out. In 22, you know, I don't remember, it was 4 years ago. I believe I just said don't vote Republican. Like 26, it was a big deal for me to say vote Democrat because
So yeah, I'm just gonna. I mean, we haven't seen it, but I don't think that that Crowder would be like, no, you said it. I don't think he would do that if he hadn't recently seen him say it. Like as I said, I'm indifferent towards Nick, but man, his face is just so punchable. The words that he's saying don't hurt that either. Hey, shout out to Jason with the big 5. Thank you, sir. Said Fuentes, Tucker, and Candace are all the same brand of crazy, politics aside. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, Not only does that go towards the stream goal, but it goes to the movie night goal. Very excited for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. And look at all that support. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you so very, very much, sir. And I tend to agree that it's not about when, like, adding the politics aside is very significant here, because they're not saying the same things, but they are the same brand of crazy. Is a great way to put it. And this is the type of mindset that goes behind what the woke right is. Not, oh, you have this position and you have that position, but use the same type of woke mentalities that brought the leftists to their crazy woke ideas. You're taking that same mentality and now applying it to the right, the other side of the aisle. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. All right, thank you so very, very much, sir. Diving back in. So Crowder's just calling him out, but let's see. If he
I said,
got it
sit
wrong.
this one out. In 22, I don't remember, it was 4 years ago. I believe I just said, don't vote Republican. Like 26, it was a big deal for me to say, vote Democrat, because I'm not a Democrat, as you know, and I appreciate you clarifying that. But no, I've only told people to sit out. This is the first year I'm saying punish them. And I guess the larger point is maybe we just disagree on the level of complicity of the Republicans. I think they're utterly complicit, because even going back to, and this is formative for me.
Yet another thing. Wait, yeah, the Republicans are complicit. No fucking shit, dude. What the fuck do you think the Uniparty means? What do you think the Uniparty is referring to? The fact that both sides are working together, or at least have similar interests. This isn't news. Just like the fucking, we're in debt. Yeah, no shit. No shit. Fuentes is too brash. Candace is too Christian and crazy. And Tucker is mainstream media capable level. Mainstream media level capable of lying to us. True. Well said, woke left. If you don't agree with me, you're a Nazi. Well, great. If you don't agree with me, then you're Mossad. Basically. I mean, it's a little bit more than that, but basically.
Utterly complicit, because even going back to, and this is formative for me, Trump won in 16 saying border wall. And you remember Republicans wouldn't give him more than $1.8 billion for that little fence in the Rio Grande Valley. And they said, no, we're going to focus on Obamacare and the tax cut. We'll do the border wall after the midterms, which they lost. And then they shrugged and said,
So Nick,
well.
but now be accurate with your audience. Why wasn't the border wall built? Was it for the same reason?
Hey, dilly to me. That is exactly what I said when that first came up. Exactly. That if it was the case that Trump wanted to build this wall, and even if he didn't build the wall, or as much of the wall as we wanted, because he definitely built wall, it's not a matter of, oh, well, he probably just didn't care anymore. There's other factors, like the entire fucking political establishment that you're trying to buck against. If Donald Trump couldn't do it, then what the fuck do you think a group of 20,000 Groypers voting for Democrats is going to do?
Stupid.
Claudia says, anyone else think Nick kind of looks like the real life version of Ned Flanders? I can see it. Jason, hopefully Fuentes can fade away of his this Weasley narcissism. It's annoying. It is annoying, but I mean, I mean, this is a common thing. You're always going to have extremist, shock jock type people, and it, the landscape is different with social media as opposed to like back when the craziest thing you heard was like Howard Stern and stuff like that. But it's the same concept, and so it's just a matter of understanding that that's what this is. This isn't real. This is a game that he's trying to win, and he has a really bad plan. Let's see if it works out. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him.
They shrugged and said,
So Nick, but now be accurate with your audience. Why wasn't the border wall built? Was it for the same reason that it was completely paused after the 2020 midterms? In other words, you say Republicans, do you mean Democrats? And so they said the perfect is the enemy of the good, and they got done what they could get done at that time. It would be like people in the future saying, he didn't do anything about H-1B visa extensions. Well, sure, because he can't. It'll be blocked 100% by Democrats, maybe 10 to 15, 20% Republicans, but he used the most potent tool at his disposal, right? So you put all this in the same...
Exactly! Dilly to Crowder. And again, I don't love Crowder. I don't watch Crowder that often. It's usually in this type of context where it's him and somebody else, like the normal show. I can't do it. But when you're right, you're right. When it's like regular right, I don't even see race and everyone is the same. Yay, liberalism. Well, great. Hello, I am based on racial issues and have realistic views about society. Mama Crowder 8 down.
In the same basket, like Republicans didn't. No, they weren't able to. And in many cases, they weren't able to, especially because you told people to sit out. When you look at what they've been able to do, I don't think these are minute differences. We've both agreed these are the most rightward shifts that we've seen in American policy in modern American history, which brings us back to the risk. I think we both agree, the risk of the left, right?
The risk of the left. Shout out to Lil Toes. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Said, whose side are you? I'm on my side. I'm on my side. Are you on my side? Because I'm on my side. I ain't on anybody's side. I do what I do. Hopefully, y'all think what I do is good. And so y'all with me. But that's how I roll. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party side.
History, which brings us back to the risk. I think we both agree, the risk of the left, right? You've not had any ill-conceived delusions that this is not a risky play. And I appreciate that you're straightforward about that, right?
But again, I think he's underestimating how big of a risk. I think he understands that it is a big risk, but he's saying, okay, I'm willing to risk this much, and voting for Democrats is risking this much, when in reality, it's like risking this much. Not
like it all, this is going to be great. You know it could backfire. So what are the concretes? It brings us back to that. I'm going to take this risk because I think that a 99% reduction in border crossings is significant, 87% H-1Bs. I think the Supreme Court cases are significant. I think, dozens, hundreds of feet of the wall being built is significant, whatever it is. I think it's significant, but I'm willing to take the risk. This plan will be effective because I need you to walk me through the end of the plan as opposed to hopefully these magic candidates will show up and then you're going to deal with the donor class again.
Yep. And so what is the and then? You vote for the Democrats, you punish the Republicans, and then what? Shout out to Heimdall. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Shouting out to Lil Toes. We also got Edge of South. What up, what up? Very good to see you. You're both ladies, right? I think you're both ladies, right? Welcome, ladies. Very good to see ya. Who's the bigger beta here? Definitely. I want to say definitely Nick, but I don't know. Crowder definitely has some beta tendencies. I wouldn't say he's a beta male, but he's got a little bit like somebody before was saying. Oh, he's very passive aggressive.
Beta.
Just saying. Just saying. Should we put that to a poll? Let's put it to a poll. How many kids are going to be trans so that Nick can punish the Republicans? Too many. And the follow-up being, does Nick care about that? And so when we talk about these people and grifting and all of that kind of stuff, and how I specifically talk about Andrew Wilson, and he says some great things that I definitely agree with a lot of times. But my question is, does he really want to change the landscape of the country in the way that he's doing, or would he rather be the guy who is saying the things that get him popular? Because, this is what we all the time. We talk about this specifically with the homeless 501c3s. They can't actually do what they're proposing to do. Otherwise, there's no use for them. Right? If homelessness is solved, then all the people getting paid from these homeless nonprofits are out of a job. If we have, the whites only, no Jews, all Christian, whatever that Nick wants, then he's just some guy. If we get this Christian nationalist ortho shit that Andrew wants, then he's just some guy. It turns them effectively into the CNN. It turns them into the Anderson Coopers of the world. Because then, if you win, then you are the mainstream. So do you want to be the mainstream? Or do you want to be the guy pretending that you want to be the mainstream? R.I.P. R.I.P. Yep. Claudia said, going by the standard usage of the term beta, definitely, Nick. I don't know. It's tough because we have to think about the fact that Crowder is a good 15 years older, probably around 15 years older than Nick. Remember, I think, what did we say? Nick Fuentes, born in 98. And so what is that? 20... She's what? I'm so bad at math. They started doing the can you read with the index card thing. They started doing that with basic math, and I'm like, this don't hit the same. I suck at math. But I mean, they're actually actively in school. But anyway, so yeah, he's a baby, and the fact is that he has not seen a world as an adult that wasn't run by Trump or controlled by the Trump apparatus. Actually, I'm going to do the math. Somebody. It's embarrassing to fucking be doing basic addition on stream. So he is. So he's 27 years old. So yeah. So okay, it's 10 years. So basically, he was in high school when Trump was elected. So like, even if he was that guy that was paying attention to stuff that closely, because remember, before Trump, I mean, you guys tell me, did you have a lot of people in your high school classes talking about politics to this level? For me, there was that one guy. There was a couple dudes here or there that were really into it, but other than that, there was pop culture still existed. So we were talking about movies, we were talking about music, we were talking about other shit. Yeah, right. And so, even if he's got that evil smile, even if he was that kid, then we still are looking at a 15 or 16-year-old understanding, Obama's bad because of this, that, and that, but also not seeing how Obama himself was somebody who set precedents on how politics is done. He just doesn't have and I'm not claiming to have that experience because he was paying attention to things long before I was. But I have the hindsight of being able to understand what I missed a lot better than he does, seemingly at least. I tried. I don't know exactly. So like real quick, the Nightbot. So there's a thing here where you have all the different timers. So all those things are set on a timer, but it has every 20 minutes and 20 lines. So I don't know exactly. I tried to turn it down because I know you guys get a little annoyed by it, and it doesn't need to. I don't want it to be annoying. I just want it to be a reminder. So I tried to turn it down, but it has two different settings. It has a timer, so like every 20 minutes, or and so timer, and also how many lines. And so like I don't fully understand what that means. So like if this one, oh come on. So this one, it says like every 20 minutes and 20 lines. So I just moved that up, added more lines, because I think that every 20 minutes we're not getting that much chat. So Nightbot is doing a lot. And so I'm thinking if you add more lines, meaning that it has to be enough people say things so that Nightbot's not going crazy. But I'm working on it, all right? I'm working on it. I hear ya guys, all right? I hear ya guys. All right, did we miss anything? Yeah. Jason said Trump said Tucker and Candace was crazy, and Fuentes was offended that he wasn't mentioned. Jesus is right. This is just theater. Yep. Gas stove. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. I remember there was one place that I lived that had electric, and it was impossible. It was impossible to get right and impossible to clean. Now, does my stove need a good wipe down? Yes. The fact is, it still works because it's just the fucking iron, the metal and the fire. Way better. There's one thing. That was when I learned that, whenever you're moving, make sure you got a gas stove. Second thing I learned, make sure, hold on, I gotta stop the show for this. This is a PSA. Most of you are older than me, so it probably won't matter, but hey, if you're in the future watching this, then you're welcome. Make sure that you have, at the very least, some type of washer. The difference in life between going downstairs and throwing some things in the washing machine and then having the dryer going, whatever, and going right back upstairs while it's going, versus having to go to a laundromat. And I'm in Jersey, so we get winters in the middle of winter, having to lug your shit out and either drive there or drive back or spend the whole time sitting around with your dick in your hand. If you can miss out on certain other amenities, like I think that I would take, if I had the option of central air or washer and dryer, I could only have one. I would definitely take the washer and dryer. That one's going to a poll. If you could only have one in your home, which would you pick? This one's not that crazy, but central air and heat or washer dryer. You can only have one. Capitalize one because you guys don't read. All right. Guys, just because Fuentes is a closeted gay who's into cat boys does not make him a beta. You sure? Yeah, sure. I disagree. I don't think it is common sense because I've moved in plenty of places where that just didn't occur to me. I didn't think of it until I'm like, oh wait, I should have thought about that before. Yeah, I don't know about the brands, but I mean, unless you work like a real well, so then like I don't know if you can see it, but like right here, the thing under the table, you use like a space heater and like window units for air conditioning. So it's not like you don't get anything. It's not central air where you touch the thermostat. And so the using like space heaters and window unit ACs, they're clearly not as ideal as central air, but losing that, or rather having that, but also having to go out in the middle of winter to pay to do, oh man, I can't. Nope. I need both. A washer. All right, where are we at? Yeah, exactly. Completely agreed. All right, diving back in here.
Because I need you to walk me through the end of the plan as opposed to hopefully these.
Hey, shout out to Matthew. Welcome to the party. There you go. Like I said, that's a slightly easier choice. I couldn't think of anything a little bit more difficult off the top of my head. But if you think of a better comparison where it's a tougher choice. Claus says in Kansas, AC all the way. But again, so then you're in the middle of summer. You got to drag your stuff out. And you got to sit in the laundromat that probably also doesn't have air conditioning. I don't know. What other amenities would work for that? What other amenities would work for comparing to? I say oil. Like a goddamn American. All. Furnaces suck. Oh God. I lived in a place where my room was an add-on to the building, and so it had its own separate heater and its own separate furnace, but it was a duplex. So the people upstairs had the ability to change it, and because they were the heat rises, then actually you would think that if the heat rises, then it wouldn't be that hot anyway. But in the middle of winter, I had my fucking window open because the people upstairs just had it so fucking crazy. Yeah, right? There you go. Short of the middle pole, didn't get a chance to say hi. Well, welcome. Very good to see you, sir. All right.
I need you to walk me through the end of the plan, as opposed to hopefully these magic candidates will show up, and then you're going to deal with the donor class again and the ground game again. What does it look like? Give me the plan.
Yeah. Well, once again, I'll just say first, and then I'll get just to respond to the preamble there. It's like, I just grow tired of these games where it's like every cycle there's this excuse. It's like, well, we did this, we couldn't do that. It's politics, and this is just a brief example I'll give. They allocated in the big, beautiful bill. What was,
Cash Patel, I want to, don't you think that if I had something, you'd see it? Wrote him off. If he's a drunk, I don't care. He's worse to me. Like, being a drunk is not nearly as bad as covering up the Epstein files. So do not care.
And this is a brief example I'll give. They allocated in the big, beautiful bill, what was it, $200 billion, $190 billion for DHS. Significant portion of that goes to ICE.
Is he going to tell us that we're in debt again?
And then they gave up on deportations in January because they said, well, this is not popular for the midterms. Then they launched the most unpopular war in modern history in Iran. It's like, if you can eat a S-word sand, I don't know if you would swear on this show.
You can say whatever you want.
Okay.
It's Rebel, for God's sake.
I mean, we're on YouTube, Alex Jones, he's on radio, so, but, they want to see
language.
Yeah, yeah, turmeric.
Yeah.
They want to see a shit sandwich on Iran.
Definitely.
But then on deportations, they go, oh, well, what about the midterms? So to me, these come across as like excuses. But I do want to get into what the plan is. You're right. It's hope. We're hoping for a space to be opened up for a candidate to go in.
Hope or cope?
It's hope. We're hoping for a space to be opened up for a candidate to go in, and there isn't anything specific. I have a candidate in mind, and there's a ground game being built and things like that. I can't share that information. There's maybe a couple candidates that I'm looking at.
Come on, man.
I don't believe you. Not you, him. I don't believe you, Nick. Yeah, we got some names, but I can't say anything. That's the whole thing. The whole thing. The crux of whether this plan is a good plan or not is the person. Is the potential politicians that you're going to get in there. That is the only reason that this has any internal logic, even though it doesn't make sense outside of that.
But again, you know how it goes. Unless somebody's ready to announce, you can't really say, oh, so-and-so is going to run for office. And then especially because it's me, I can't be the harbinger of whoever the candidate will be.
Okay, fair. But then stop pushing this plan that you can't. You're just saying, trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. This thing that maybe might work. Maybe we can get maybe this guy or maybe that guy, maybe. But maybe. So far, your plan is vote for the Democrats to make Republicans mad. I think that there's it definitely has Jude arrangement syndrome, but there's a lot of other issues too. Quality leaving again. We were watching young Frankenstein and dip the fuck out like 10 minutes in. And thank you. Have a good night. I don't know about addicted, but like if you get down with the get down, then we on the same kind of wavelength.
Especially because it's me. I can't be the harbinger of whoever the candidate will be.
Well, why? But let's explore that though, because we both agree, two-party system, you need voting blocks. You need coalition.
Mm-hmm.
So if there are that many people out there who share your view, shouldn't be a problem for you to endorse anyone. As a matter of fact, that's a net positive. So give us the name.
I can't do that. Once again, it's not somebody that's announced they're running. It's not somebody that maybe even is in contention.
Yeah, because they don't fucking exist.
But you know how this goes. When you have people that are running for president, they don't say they're not going to make an announcement until they're ready to make an announcement.
Well, sure, but usually
okay, but then you have to wait until that announcement is made to put this plan forth, Nick. You have to wait, and then you can present the plan. Okay, we vote for the Democrats, and then we've got this guy who's willing to do da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You have to wait. Because you just sound retarded. Oh, yeah, we're going to stick it to the man.
these people who are developing Republican strategies aren't telling people to vote Democrat in a midterm, right? That's a long game, and you need that answer for people to take it on faith. Otherwise, it's just snake handling.
Well, I think that, once again, either way, you can take my word for it or not, but what isn't going to work is Vance and Rubio. Like, that's a 0-win proposition. You could sit there.
Okay, but compared to what? I agree that I don't think the world will be saved and we will have peace and all. If either Marco Rubio or JD Vance is in there, I agree with that point. But this is the utopian mindset, the idealist mindset. That's like you're just hoping and coping. I said I'm willing to vote a Democrat if it's the right Democrat. That's not what Nick is doing. He's like, no, fuck them. I'm with the Republicans, but I need to spank the Republicans for not doing what I like by voting against them. And again, as Lone Wolf so perfectly said, this is the biggest flaw he has. The Republicans, if the Republicans lose the midterms, they're not going to say, oh, we made Fuentes upset. We need to change something. They're just going to say, historically, the party that in charge loses in the midterms, which is true.
To work is Vance and Rubio. Like that's a 0-win proposition. You could sit there and say, well, but that's better than a Democrat. At least that's concrete. I would say it's concrete that we're going to lose. It's concrete that if we get a continuation of this, we're going to get more of this, and this is not working. So rather than trying something that isn't working, I want to give a chance that something might work. And you know, if people want to take a leap of faith, then I think that's where they need to go.
This is why faith is a terrible fucking horrible fucking thing. Faith is not a good thing. There are situations where having faith is beneficial, but in overall, faith is a bad thing. I have faith that this random thing is just going to work out exactly as I planned it, even though I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about.
But, you know, the way it is right now.
Not working. I guess you would have to define working, right? So, again, this is, right, okay, first net negative migration country, right, for over 30.
No, he's not, Box. Maybe you missed the beginning of this, but he's explicitly saying, no, I don't believe they have good policies. I don't like what they're doing. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not that. It is purely a game theory, political, strategic move. He is not co-signing what Democrats are doing. He is merely, again, thinking that he's in a position to give the Republican Party a little spanking because they didn't do what he wanted. He is not on your frequency. He's just voting for your team. I mean, maybe he is on your frequency if that's your frequency, but that's where he's at. Vox is in Discord, but he turned off his notifications, so you can tag him or even DM him, and he won't respond.
This is right. Okay, first net negative migration country, right, for over 30
See,
years.
I dispute that. I don't think that's true.
Okay, go ahead, dispute it.
Oh, yeah, this one thing, this horrible thing. Faith is bad in every single situation, except the one that you like, right? Kind of seems like the same mentality that Nick's using.
I think to say that it's net negative migration, you have to count self-deportations. I've seen a lot of different, and I think those are being overcounted because they took this number from the community survey from the census, which was taken last year, and there were 65,000 households polled, and they basically said, well, there was a lack of response from like non-residents, non-citizens of the United States, and then they used that to extrapolate, well, what was the number? 1.5 million people left the country, and then later, by the way, that data.
I'm waiting for a fucking moment for him to shut the fuck up for a second. But yeah, he believes that punishing them will help. What will that do? That's what we're trying to figure out. But he is not aware that he doesn't know. He thinks, well, I mean, somebody will pop up. But again, not understanding that somebody will pop up in the way that Donald Trump did is a once in a lifetime thing. That was the anomaly. He's looking for another anomaly. But it doesn't work like that. He's voting for the people who want to trans your kids to punish the conservatives for not being anti-Semitic enough. Yup. And to be clear, that is a dilly-dilly to Glow in Dark getting that right, not the idea that Nick is espousing. Just so we're clear. You guys might not like it, but I still have faith in Trumpy. Well, I mean, let's unpack that. What exactly do you mean? Because if you're saying, well, Trump has done good things in the past, and so I have the faith without the knowledge that he will put America first or do what's good or whatever. You have a reason to have that faith. That faith is backed up by real life things that have happened. Having faith that you vote for the Democrats and some magical person will just come out of the woodwork and save the country. What past behavior or past occurrences are you basing this on? Nothing. Punishing Trump and the entire Republican Party. Yep. Except for Box. Right. So they're not trans and kids?
Come on, man.
Your playbook is stuck in 2016. Remember that? Remember, step 1, it's not happening. Step 2, it's only happening in these other places. It's not that big of a deal. And step 3, of course it's happening. You're a bigot if you don't like it. All the people who want to trans kids are on. Just think about that. What? What is your side? Let's get specific here. Maybe, because I don't know what you guys are talking about now. So you're saying, okay, you're saying, okay, fine. So let's go with it. You're saying all the people who want to trans the kids are on your side, dude. So what are you referring to? Are you referring to Republicans? Are you referring to conservatives? Are you talking referring to Trump voters? Or what specifically is your side in this context? Except what part? I don't know what that means. That's what I'm trying to figure out. He's doing a gross generalization, and I don't think it's based in reality. Okay, fair. So the question was, when you said your side, define in this comment what you mean by your side. And so you can do this. Your side equals, you can just give me this and fill in the blank. You said glow in dark. Okay, but all the people who want to trans the kids are on your side, dude. Just think about that and white supremacists at the same time. So we'll get to the white supremacist thing in a second. Your side is the opposite of not. Okay, so your side equals. Yeah, that's what I'm. So is Box here taking your words, and you're the one because you have been saying that that's the side that want trans kids. And then Box says that's on the people who want to trans the kids are on your side. So again, Box, can we just get a simple definition of what you mean by your side, specifically in this comment? Why do you keep? I don't understand. Why are you ignoring me? Why are you spending time typing this and not spending time typing the thing that we're all waiting for you to say? Why are you doing that? Just do this. Whatever you want to say, you can ramble for your entire life if you want to do it. Okay, so fine. Then how does that go along with your side? All the people who want to trans the kids are on your side. But we don't want to trans the kids. But you are voting for we're talking about the parties. Right here, we're talking about Republicans versus Democrats. The Republican Party is not the ones that wants to trans the kids. Even though not every single person who votes for the Democrats wants to trans the kids, we are talking about the party. It is not the Republicans that want to trans the kids. It is the Democrats. He's quoting and responding. He just included. Okay. See, why couldn't you just fucking say that? Why can't I don't understand, Box. Do you see how simple it is? Just say the thing. I don't understand why you say things and then you. Oh. It's like, what the fuck is that? That fucking Homer Simpson. Box every time he's asked a fucking question about something he specifically said. Why do you do this? Why do you do this? Then why have we been talking about it nonstop for the last 10 years, bro? Cope harder. What are you saying? What are you doing? What are you doing? No principles, just positions. Because of the fact that the Democratic politicians want money, as all politicians do, more than they push for transing the kids, then they don't trans the kids.
What?
Leftist logic.
What was the number? 1.5 million people left the country. And then later, by the way, that data got corrected. It was in
Back this up because I was getting in the middle of the fucking sentence.
of response from like non-residents, non-citizens of the United States. And then they use that to extrapolate, what was the number? 1.5 million people left the country. And then later, by the way, that data got corrected. It was in CIS, Confederation for Immigration, something or other, Center for Immigration Studies. They actually corrected the number with the new 2026 data and said, no, actually, we vastly overestimated how many illegals.
Not on here. Ain't nobody getting ads on here, right? We have the ads off. So let me know if you're getting
left the country. So in other words, they're not the government.
Actually, I'm coming up on 2 hours and only 2 donos, so I might turn those fucking ads on.
Keeps track of how many people self-deport. That's not the number they're using. They're using this basically a guess based on a survey with a very small sample size to say, oh, well, we think all these people left, and that's just not reliable. So I don't, that's not a good number. I don't believe that.
Yeah, well, that's not the only number. And you would have a point if that was the only number that people were using. It's not. It is the number that it is the number that the left wants people to use. And this is why I say I can, and I get it. You don't like this administration, right? I understand that. So it would make sense that you would use the numbers of people who are sympathetic to attacking the administration. But we also have a CBP1 app. Okay, so am I. And let's assume that we both are. CBP1 app does have abilities to track. The Brookings Institute, by the way, left-leaning, has also estimated zero.
Political horseshoes, a son of a bitch.
Net negative migration. There are plenty of third-party analyses. It's not just one number. It's actually one that's not even being argued because the left is using it as an argument as part of their campaign that, hey, isn't this horrible for immigrants? But okay, let's dispute that one number and just let's even say that it's just one source. I would present and I'll make this stuff publicly available. I disagree with you. But then also looking at, for example, we talked about H-1Bs is a big deal. Looking at the border being closed, 96 to 99%, depending if you also want to use border crossings, asylum claims, refugees. You look at spending cuts. I hear people say nothing. Well, no, it's hundreds of billions of dollars in Doge cuts. And if you want to use the left's point, say actually it's only a few $1 billion. It's not possible if you look at what's happened with NGOs. Medicaid alone, just requiring, I think we could agree on this, young, able-bodied American males and females who are single with no kids, working or going to school 80 hours a month. SNAP, right? Just no Coca-Cola, no Fanta. You're looking at 900 billion plus another 100-something billion. These are not small things. Work requirements. You look at, I mean, obviously energy independence. I know we're going through the war right now, but if you actually look at what we're able to produce in comparison to the Green New Deal, in comparison to pausing leases, this is going to have a serious effect for Americans. H-1Bs, 87% reduction in new ones, DEI in the federal government. You know, if Democrats get the risk too, we won't be able to have this conversation. We both have to agree on that. If the Democrats seize power, first off, they're going to pack the courts. This is the plan. People need to know it. They will pack the courts. They want to go to 13. They want to make Puerto Rico a state. They want to grant all illegal aliens and any temporary citizens the right.
Do you think it would be, an 80% of you saying that washer and dryer? Hell yeah. I was trying to think, again, I want to think of a better, a more central, no pun intended, amenity. Like, I don't know. Like, thinking like counter space or something. I don't know, but yeah, washer and dryer for the win.
Puerto Rico a state. They want to grant.
Would Puerto Rico? I feel like Puerto Rico would be a little bit more conservative. I don't know why I think that. I'm kind of just pulling that out of my ass, but no.
To all illegal aliens and any temporary citizens the right to vote and undo everything, right? And that would include deplatforming. That's the risk. That's the plan. So we can't just, and I'm not saying you're lying, but we can't just take your word for it to take that risk. You can.
No, I mean, compared to the dryer, obviously you need both electricity and water. But if I had to pick between electricity and water, I'd go with electricity because you can get water, in the world.
Understand that.
Well, here's what I would say to that. I think that every election, the Republican side basically overstates what the Republicans are doing for us. And then I think they exacerbate or overstate the risk of Democrats. This whole, they're going to pack the courts and make Puerto Rico a state. It's like, well, they didn't do that under Biden. I don't think they're going to do that this time. And if you believe that they did, why aren't we using the nuclear option? If you really thought Democrats were going to break precedent, pack the courts, make Puerto Rico a state, do this and that, okay, then it's life or death. We have to do everything possible.
It is.
Then use the nuclear.
And that is exactly how people like Luigi Mangione, Tyler Robbins, Thomas Crooks. You're woke, bro. You went full woke.
Nuclear option, okay, and pass the SAVE Act so that, we could get all these Democrats off the voter rolls and so that we could break the logjam on DHS and get them their money and do the deportations. But it's like, Republicans will act like it's life or death, most important election. But then when it comes to nuclear option, they go, oh, we can't do that. Oh, well, we can't do the deportation. Oh, well, this is the best we could do. And it's like, okay, so somebody's not telling the truth here. And I don't think it's you, but I think it's
I agree with you. There are Republicans who aren't telling the truth. I agree with you. And by the way, they need to be.
Yeah, they're called politicians. That's what they do. They lie. Welcome to adulthood. The level of transparency that you've seen from the Trump administration is unprecedented. I understand that you were only a child in the before times, but this is why your idea is naive.
Like, for example, Thune, Cornyn, screw that guy with a wire brush, right? People like that. Yeah. But we know them by name.
Internet.
Them all into the same basket and it's a constant dismissal. Like, I don't really think that there are deportations that are enough. I don't really think we're a net negative migration country. I don't really think that 87% H-1Bs. I don't really think just executive order 2 genders. I don't really care downsizing the federal government by hundreds of thousands. I don't really care that housing prices and rent prices are at multi-year lows. Those things don't matter because it's.
Oh yeah, Box, you hate that, right? Housing prices being low, that's bad, right? Yeah, right. And I have the what is it called? The life something or another. Life straw. So I'm talking. Yeah. So this thing, Life straw personal water. This is not an ad, but they have other things too. But highly portable, lightweight, straw style filter designed for hiking, camping emergencies. It removes 99.99999% of bacteria and 99.999 parasites, microplastics, and reduces dirt and sand down to 0.2 microns. It is effective for up to 1,000 liters, approximately 5 years of use, and costs roughly $17. So there's a lake somewhere. I don't fucking really go around that much, so I don't really know where shit is. But they do have it. Why? There you go. No water service needed.
I don't really care that housing prices and rent prices are at multi-year lows. Those things don't matter because it's not enough when we know that the Democrats will obviously, and this is their plan. They didn't say they were going to make Puerto Rico a state and pack the court to 13 last time. They're saying that now. What they did say is that they were going to go a different direction on immigration, and we got, by our agreement, 10 to 20 million in 3.5 years. That is unsurvivable. And you're recommending that people take that risk.
Oh, I thought he was sorry. I thought he was talking about the deportation.
Based on then what else? Where do we go? So we vote Democrat, we take the risk, but we cut it off.
And then so we are now okay, so this started 25 minutes in. So we're 40 minutes into this conversation. And we still don't have step 2. Step 1, vote for the Democrats. Step 2,
off at the pass.
But again, it's like, you can say, well, that's not survivable. Well,
I mean, hey, Box, you and Nick really are on the same wavelength of not being able to just answer a simple question.
We got 10 to 20 million illegals. Why? Because Republicans didn't build the wall. And now they're not going out because Republicans won't deport them. So it's like, if Democrats get in, they're going to end the world. That's why we need Republicans to not do anything.
No, you're taking what Democrats did and blaming all Republicans. Most Republicans wanted the wall. We voted, but we can't because you said something known as gridlock. And then you're saying vote for the Democrats who blocked the wall and open the border.
But in 17, we had the House, the Senate, the White House, the Supreme Court. Why didn't they use a nuclear option to just build the wall? It's because the Republicans don't
that is very likely step 3. I want to know what the fuck step 2 is.
really want to build a wall. They want the illegals to come here. And then when the Democrats get in, they can say, oh, shucks, the Democrats brought in all these illegals. And so we're going to.
That's all right. We got drones. We got drones, baby. We good.
Deport them. Get us elected. Never mind. We only want to deport the violent criminals. Net negative migration is good enough. And it's like, that's the risk. The risk is that we play this game forever. I want to step outside of it.
Too bad. Too bad. I think we all, at some point in our coming to understand the political landscape, I think we all, at a certain point, maybe some of you are there now. And maybe some of you will be there again in the midterm elections, or maybe the next general. That's like this is so outside of anything that I want, that I want to do whatever I can to change how this plays out. You don't have that level of power with federal elections. If this is your plan, then it has to be something at the local level where you find a Democrat who's at least aligned enough with you that you start there, and then you build a coalition around that. And then there's an aspect of the Democratic Party that is not transing the kids. And then you push for, okay, well, hey, now the Democrat, he has a D next to his name, but he's pretty fucking based. He doesn't want to trans the kids. He wants to get rid of the illegals, but he's not Trump. So a lot of people who are just have TDS are going to be more willing to look at somebody who is not, straight down the line what Obama and Biden and Hillary and Kamala and all of them are saying. That is a plan. But, it's not just, okay, when the midterms come, we're going to throw away our votes to the other side and then hope and cope that one day we will get another anomaly. Maybe you'll win. Maybe you'll walk out your door and there'll be a bag with $1 million sitting there. It's possible. It's possible. Shout out to Box with the big 5. Thank you so very, very much. And you're sleepy. You okay? You doing good? Sleepy boy. You didn't even wake up with the horns. Oh, sorry. Yeah, look at him. Like I said, I must point out, Republicans are in power right now. The court, House, Senate, enjoy it. You won, but you also suck just the same. Okay.
That's the risk. The risk is that we play this game forever. I want to step outside of it. Break the matrix. We got to run the Trump playbook from 16.
Okay, Andrew Tate.
Get some.
And again, it was, oh my God. On the fucking nail on the head. I just hit the nail on the fucking head. He thinks that Trump is the standard. That Trump 1.0 is the standard. This is what a politician is supposed to be like. And so when you get off that path, whoa. This is crazy. What are you doing? You're a politician. You're supposed to act like Trump 1.0. This is a child's mentality. He explicitly said
Never mind. We only want to deport the violent criminals. Net negative migration is good enough. And it's like, that's the risk. The risk is that we play this game forever. I want to step outside of it. Break the matrix. We got to run the Trump playbook from 16. Get somebody fresh in. To me. And
so what happens when you have a playbook, right? And I use this analogy. I don't remember exactly what. Shout out to the box. Thank you. But I used this analogy recently. I don't remember exactly what, but it's a similar thing here about the playbook. I was talking about Michael Vick. And so remember, even if you're not into football, then you'll remember Michael Vick. Well, I mean, you might remember him for the dogfighting thing. But before that, he was a quarterback who used, in college football, there's a lot more of, QB scrambling and stuff. But, you get to the professional level and, you just got to step back and do whatever. But Michael Vick was able to, even at the professional level, run circles around. Typically, quarterbacks are slow because they focus on their arm. But Michael Vick was able to do this, that, and the other. And so at first, it was just like, holy fucking shit, nobody can stop him. They know what he's going to do, and they can't stop him because he's so good at this. But eventually, that playbook becomes a little bit stale, and the opponents kind of figure out how do you manage this. And even if it wasn't the case that he was kicked out of the league, the point is you can't have a fresh thing and be fresh forever. It doesn't work like that. The Trump era came and went. And expecting just another Trump to be there. It's like, well, why isn't every president Abraham Lincoln? If you're not Abraham Lincoln, then vote for the other party to punish him. Like, what are you talking about? Shout out to Bogs. Thank you, sir. This is Republican rule. It's why Trump was elected, but he betrayed us all. Dick said he doesn't feel betrayed. I do. I don't feel betrayed because I didn't expect him to be my friend who would say things to me and keep his word the same way a friend was. I voted for him as a politician, as I've been very explicit with you guys, that this is the mindset that you have to approach this with. This is not just a guy that we're talking about. Oh, do we like him? That's not what this is. That's not what we're doing. This is politics. This is a different fucking thing. Ain't never gonna happen. And Avery was giving me shit for like, bro, the new UFO and alien stuff. It's like, oh my God. Every 6 months they come up with some grainy video of a thing moving that very easily could be made anywhere. And then that's it. It's like, yeah, okay, great. But do we have a ship? Do we have any information? Or just, ooh, look at the thing. I've seen that shit in real life. I live in Jersey. We have this fucking minivan-sized drones right the fuck out here. If you don't have any information on what it is, then I've already seen UFO videos. So let's do a little quick test. Let's do a quick test. Avery, you still here? Or are you hanging out on fucking Confluence's panel? Give me my side quest thing. I want you to tell me. Actually, let's just check.
A consumerist culture where like
no, he's not up there. All right. What the fuck was I just saying? Ooh. I just found something for tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, the next stream. What the fuck is oh yeah. So I want you. Let's do this. Let's do that. Give me a second here. Come on. All right, we got that. And then... Actually, not even that. I don't want that. Hold on. Let's do that. Beautiful.
While the United
Okay, so let's just go find me some footage. Oh, of course, it's some fucking bullshit here. Give me 1 second. Oh, is this what I'm looking for?
Secret is
Give me a sec. Hold on. This is gonna be worth it. Okay, perfect. Okay, so side quest. Which one of these videos was earlier? Was taken earlier? Hopefully, it doesn't give it away by putting the date on the thing. But actually, you know what? I'm gonna just fast forward to the actual thing. Which one of these? So this is video one. Did this one? Was this before or after the next video that I'm going to show you? So this is the News Nation video. News Nation, you see it right up here. This is video one. Okay? Then we have where'd it go? We have this thing seemingly going into the moon or some type of spatial type deal, but very clearly something going on over there. which one of the, and this, so this is B. This is video B. So my question to you, as we will put to the poll, which video was earlier? Video A or video B? I'll just put News Nation. And I mean, obviously, I'm just picking a random, you know, a random video that's coming up. I just searched UFO footage. So you tell me. I'll keep these open in case you want to revisit. But let me know which one you think was earlier. All right, where are we at? Where are we at? No. It's coming. It's coming. And also, Trump didn't betray us. You didn't listen to him. Bingo. He said in the past he would go after Iran many, many times. Yep. And so I was putting more weight on the no new wars thing, but that was never something that he pushed. That was something that he ran on. And so, you know, a little bit of shiftiness there. But hey, it's politics. Should deport faster. That's not Trump's fault. Yeah. Smart people and scientists have found out ways to have far better or even almost infinite source of energy, like water-powered car. I did hear about that. Yeah. Is that a cloud from before or after the other video? Shout out to Colonel Quail. Welcome to the party. No, in the past, you should delete his. Yeah, again, I don't care. Like the fact that he's covering up the Epstein files is here, and the fact that he drinks too much. A politician. All right, so I'm gonna leave that up for a while, and just to let you know, it is at 50-50.
Is that we play this game forever. I want to step outside of it. Break the matrix. We got to run the Trump playbook from 16. Get somebody fresh in. That's to me.
And so my point there is, if we run the playbook from 2016, then they will know how to defeat that.
That's the risk.
I don't have a problem with getting someone fresh in. I don't have a problem with getting someone fresh in. As a matter of fact, here's the problem. I actually agree with you in principle on the premise of wanting to get someone fresh in. I don't probably
just the practicality of what you're presenting does not match your plan.
Have the disdain for Rubio and Vance. Between the two, I probably would choose Rubio because of
really.
Well, just because I agree with you that the threat of big tech and AI, and I think that's a very uncozy relationship that worries me. But I don't know. I'm not. They're not ideal. But I still would pick them over a Kamala Harris or a Gavin Newsom. I don't think Gavin Newsom is a Chad. I think Gavin Newsom would be a disaster. I think Gretchen Whitmer would be the worst. But I think they've learned their lesson. They're not going to run abroad. Hopefully, she would be the worst thing that could happen to this country, Gretchen Whitmer. But I would like someone else. The problem is your plan guarantees the opposite. Bingo. Historically, without exception. Bingo. I'm sure you're aware of this. In other words, you're asking people to take a risk.
Clearly not. Clearly not.
Historically, without exception. I'm sure you're aware of this. In other words, you're asking people to take a risk. Well, you're aware of the moderate Republican paradox. This goes all the way back to Goldwater.
Which is?
So it's anytime Republicans lose big, right? Democrats chief power, especially when Republicans go further right and they lose big, Democrats attain power. The donor class, who you need to reckon with the donor class, right, as part of your prescription. They immediately go to the most moderate candidate who they think is winnable. So, for example, just using some like after Goldwater.
So maybe that's a good reason not to dismiss the poll before you hit it.
They decided to go with a more moderate Nixon. What happened with Ford over Reagan? If you look at what happened after George Bush, McCain, and then you even look at examples like the Tea Party swinging further right, and then I'm going, oh my gosh, you know what? We need someone moderate to win the general, Mitt Romney. So what you're doing historically, with pretty much no exception,
I agree. But was it before or after the moon video, which was video B?
Is guaranteeing the next John McCain or Mitt Romney.
I think you're missing one. I think you're missing a notable
Donald
exception
Trump?
to that. Yeah.
But Donald Trump was an outsider, was a Democrat his whole life, right? We have to agree it's an outlier. You're talking about operating within the binary.
Right. So he doesn't understand that was the difference. That was the shift. That was whatever you're planning, that already happened. You're 10 years too late. You're 10 years too late.
When Republicans lose big, Democrats are so bad, they go, okay, we can't live under this rule. Historically, they go, let's pick the most winnable candidate. So you're going to deal with those donors, hundreds of billions, potentially trillions of dollars.
Yep.
In 2028, with who? with what kind of funding and what kind of ground game. Because I also don't want Mitt Romney. For crying out loud, Mitt Romney.
Rubio. Rube, what's it? You know, here's the thing is like, if you're saying you're going for Rubio,
I didn't say I'm going for Rubio. I said if I had to pick between the two, because I really don't like the Palantir connection. I agree with you, is what I was saying.
But, okay, and fair enough. I don't want to mischaracterize your position. However, you must acknowledge the way it's looking, they're going to consolidate behind one or the other. And right now, it looks like Rubio is the donor choice. The Wall Street donors, the pro-Israel donors, they're taking informal survey. They want Rubio. And to me, it's like, okay, 10 years after Trump defeated Rubio, New American Century, Miriam Adelson's puppet. I think Trump literally said at AIPAC, or the Republican Jewish Coalition, he said, you want Rubio because he's your puppet and he'll do whatever you want because he takes your money. He's a Florida creature.
He also said Ted Cruz's dad killed JFK. Come on, we know what goes on with primaries with Trump. Now, one thing I do have to address, he's not an outlier. Republicans won in 2014 before Trump paved the way for him. That's what I'm saying. If they win, you can veer them further right. They also won in 2022. If they win, you can veer them right. That's what paved the way for Trump. So it actually proves a point. If Republicans lose, you guaranteed historically paved the way for a moderate Republican. It doesn't go the other way. So I'm asking you, and that's what I don't want. That's a big fear of mine, by the way.
Let me get one more vote on the poll. One more vote on the poll.
I don't like, I'm not all in on Rubio or Vance, but I would like to not see someone worse, to not see someone more moderate, to not see a Romney or McCain. That's what we'd be looking at if there's a big Democrat win. You just made my point with Trump.
Right. And so in that situation, like Heimdall said, I want to vote for Rubio or Vance. Rubio is a neocon warhawk, and Vance just doesn't seem like he has enough to keep this going. You remember when we were covering the Ron DeSantis on PBD during the run up to 24, and he was talking about the difference between what the fuck did he call it? Like a pioneer president and a flag carrier president. And we need both, and they're very different. And so Trump is the one that's like bringing in a bunch of new shit. And then when that happens, you need somebody who is not that controversial, I guess is the best word, so that you can kind of lay under the radar. And all the controversy of all this TDS stuff, by the time we get to the end of the next Republican president, that's in the past. That's the way that you have to think about these things. And while Nick is saying, okay, I don't like either of these guys, so I'm going to vote for their opposition. Instead, what you should do, either, and at least in my opinion, is abstain from voting and make sure that the next time around you're doing enough so that the people that you want to be in that position have the ability to do that. You definitely have enough platform to make some type of influence there. But just voting for the other part, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing?
Right? He was able to because of 2014 Republic. He probably wouldn't have been able to if you were looking at a Republican loss. It would have been like Goldwater. It would have been like McCain.
But you had a Democrat incumbent or a Democrat.
Be a great $5 side quest.
Leaving office, which was Obama. Here's the dynamic, the way that I see it, is that Democrats win in 2026, and they're going to sabotage this administration because they're going to impeach Trump. They're going to investigate everybody, and they're going to find embezzlement, corruption. Like there's some problems in this administration, or at least there's a lot of smoke, let's say, around Howard Lutnick and some of the crypto stuff. And there's a lot that I would even like to see investigated. And so everybody in the administration is going to be hurt by this. Rubio and Vance include.
So real quick, 60% of you said that video A, the News Nation video, was earlier. Nope. The moon video was 5 years ago. 5 years ago. March 24th. March 4th, 2022. Can you see this? And this, I'll get rid of that. And then the actual video here. This is from yesterday. So my point again is that, like, okay, that's interesting that there's this thing floating around. But if you can't tell me what it is, then we're not in any of a different position than before I saw that, because I've seen videos like that a million times. So what new information comes from that? And those videos come out and people are like, oh shit. Oh shit, what?
And So everybody in the administration is going to be hurt by this, Rubio and Vance included. That weakens them ahead of the primary. If they are toxically associated to the administration, which is failing more under Democrats, then to me, that provides an opening for somebody fresh from the outside that says, I'm sort of repudiating Trump's legacy, or maybe even I have some allegiance to Trump's original message in 2016. Maybe I'm going to save Trumpism from itself or where it went astray. That's kind of, I don't think we need to get into like Barry Goldwater. That's how I see it. If Trump is strong going into 28, then his people are strong. They have a better chance of winning the primary, and there's big consolidation.
So let's vote against them. Let's vote against them. So I very much agree with the sentiment that Trump 1.0, Trump 2016, that was the guy. Even though at the time, I was too stupid to see it. In hindsight, I realize that the 2016 Trump was exactly what we needed. That was a decade ago. That was a decade ago. Without that name, without a name, this is feckless. This holds no water.
They're weak, then people are going, oh, I don't know. Rubio and Vance are toxic. They're tied to Trump. They're unpopular. Maybe we need something else.
Which they already are. Agreed.
So I think that's the dynamic. I mean, do you?
And so, oh, yeah, okay, agreed. So people are like, oh, he's too close to Trump and we need something else. And voting for the Democrats brings out that someone else by magic?
Disagree, and why?
Well, if he's strong, wouldn't that suggest that the country's in a good place?
Yeah, I do. In a better place, certainly.
In a better place with Democrats.
Right. No. If Trump is strong...
We're saying if strong, going to 28 after people vote Democrat.
No. If Trump is strong, if Democrats don't win big and they're not able to sabotage him,
okay,
he'll be stronger than he would have been otherwise.
So wait, are you saying he would be strong because people vote Democrat?
No, I'm saying he's stronger if Democrats don't win.
Right, the midterms.
Right.
That would be not voting Democrat. What? Stupid. He's stronger if the Democrats don't win. So you're saying that not to vote for the Democrats? No. Vote for the Democrats, but they're better if Jesus fucking Christ. Lomo said, Nick Fuentes, voting for Democrats changes the vibe, bro. Pretty much.
Okay. So how does that play into your plan? And forgive me, it could have been a timeline there where I was confused. I was assuming that we were going along with your plan and Democrats get voted in 2026.
I don't think you're the confused one. Well, I'm definitely confused, but not as much as Nick here.
Yeah, Democrats get voted in 26, and they weaken Trump. Trump is weaker, and by association, everybody else is weaker. Rubio, Vance, because again, they're going to...
Okay, so let's stop there. That's a good thing because... Why is it a good thing that Trump, Vance, and Rubio are weakened? Let's just start there.
Edge up all this stuff, and you're not going to be able to run from that because they're going to haul people before the House. They're going to impeach people. It's going to get ugly.
Okay, and that helps us, people who want America First policies, because...
Sure. And I want them to because this administration's a failure. It's an utter betrayal. And I don't think maybe... I don't want to say you won't acknowledge. I think you disagree, but they promised mass deportations, and that's not happening. They promised no new wars, and we got a war with Iran. They stabbed us in the back.
So a couple of things there, and I think this is important. We did get it. And if you want to predicate it on Democrat numbers that we don't have deportations or enough, but at least we have some versus mass importations. And I certainly would say if you look to the matter of record that even from left-leaning think tanks, institutes, that we are seeing record deportations. We have a net negative migration country. I never thought...
You gotta, again, I'm going to keep coming back to this point about his age and his naivete. That, you think that because you voted for somebody and you didn't get exactly what you wanted, that deserves a revolution? Bro, that's just how this game works. We were lucky enough to have a Trump for your entire adult life. But to think that is just the way politics is now, bro, it don't work like that. So if it was a Democrat, it wouldn't be an utter failure in his words. Apparently, I'm just as confused as Crowder is.
Leaning think tanks, institutes that we are seeing record deportations. We have a net negative migration country. I never thought would happen in our lifetime. Nobody actually disputes that except for you. Okay, I don't think that's a betrayal.
That's not nobody.
I do think a betrayal is saying that you don't care about immigration, which you said, and that's where I need to know. Do these things matter? Do these things matter to you?
Nope, they don't matter to me. I just, I needed something to say that other people aren't saying. because I voted, it's all about the Trump stuff, and now Trump's in office. So I can't be shocking if I'm just, saying president good, right? So I gotta do something else crazy. Watching this in America? No. This is just about getting money.
Immigration matter? Yeah, does immigration actually matter? Because people who care about immigration certainly see this administration as the biggest wins of our lifetime ever, in contrast to Biden.
You're wrong about that. You're wrong about that, and I'll tell you why. Because there are people in DHS. The people in DHS, I talk to people in the administration. I'm sure you do as well. The morale is low.
I actually really don't. You're probably more welcome than I am.
Really?
Surprising as it is.
Well,
You're more congenial.
I'm a pretty congenial guy.
Yeah. I gotta be honest. Every time I hear that word, I mean to look it up, and I don't know what the fuck it means. Congenial, not congenital. Congenial. Aren't you describing people with places with atmospheres that are pleasant, friendly, and easy to get along with? Oh yeah, no, not me. Well, it depends. It depends. I think I can be congenial at times. Maybe not other times, but yeah, it just means nice to be around. Fair enough.
Well,
you're more congenial.
I'm a pretty congenial guy.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm more of a friendly.
No, you're a good guy, Stephen. We get along, but in DHS, the morale is super low. They're literally going and telling people
it's low because of sanctuary cities and people fucking kicking out their taillights and being hamstrung. Like you're sidestepping people creating sanctuary cities. The left will not deport violent felons in our prison system, Nick, and you're telling people to vote for them. You can't just sidestep.
It's like it's always these excuses, like Republican.
How is that an excuse? What? How is that an excuse? Cope and hope. Living on a pipe dream.
Are going to give us deportations. Well, no, we can't because sanctuary cities and Congress.
I didn't say that. They still are in spite of it. Donald Trump gave us an 87% reduction, which you haven't. You ran billboards. Give me this.
Are we talking about H-1Bs or illegals right now?
Both. Because you said last time you were on the show, because last time on the show you said, well, who cares about illegal immigration? You accepted the premise because if they're replacing you legally, and you run billboards on that, and it's the single biggest strides that have ever been made in our lifetime. And you're like, I don't know.
Got him.
To me like an excuse.
They said mass deportations, not net negative migration. They said mass deportations, largest deportation.
I already have the name for my second channel. I mean, obviously, we're going to do TIJ clips, but I have a different channel that I want to do. We're going to morph my TikTok into its own channel, and I already have the name, but I'm obviously not going to say it because then somebody's going to steal it in the same way that 15 years ago, actually, let's see if it still does this. I've done enough content now that I should be. Oh, cats like a motherfucker. Does it show me? Okay, it does show me now. But for a while, there was wow, it's not even here anymore. But you when you search the Indian Jesus, or no, I think it's maybe if you search Indian Jesus. Oh wow, I come up here too. There you go. But yeah, for a while, this is why my channel has to be the Indian Jesus official, because 15 years ago, somebody posted some bullshit video under the name the Indian Jesus, and then when they started doing the at thing, then that automatically became your name unless you set up something different. So like he just got there first, one video, nothing else, but he got the Indian Jesus. I want that so bad. We're driving Renee Good's Learning Center for driving. There you go. I mean, you gotta think how niche of a joke that is, right? That's a very niche joke. People aren't gonna look at that and see. And it's funny because even when that story was going around, I saw people. I won't name any names, but there was somebody who has a debate and panel channel, and they were just using the logo. Come on. They're using this kind of thing, but I think it was quality leering debates or whatever. And it's like, if somebody isn't in the know like that, and they see that, then that doesn't say anything about what you're actually doing. It implies it's an inside joke. And so, it went pretty far, but if you go to your average person on the street, we are terminally online. We're fucking face deep, balls deep in this shit. But normal people, if you say Quality Learing Center, and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Not net negative migration. They said mass deportations, largest deportation in history. And by the
Making
way,
perfect the enemy of good.
They're reaching out to this mass deportations project, this mass deportation coalition, because Trump is holding it back. Trump has been convinced by Brooke Rollins that we can't deport people from farms. And he's being convinced by Wall Street that we can't deport a lot of people in general from the labor force because it's going to put upward pressure on prices.
And so voting for the Democrats will help that because
it's going to hurt the economy. So it's like, well, let's be honest, Trump is the problem. Trump is slowing down deportations. He doesn't want them. Like, they're betraying us. They could do more. They're choosing not to. They walked it back like 100 times in the past few months. They went to the Trump Doral for their congressional retreat, and the deputy chief of staff said, don't say mass deportations, that's done. Susie Wiles and the rest of them said it's a core.
As I can't promise that I'm going to be streaming over the weekend, so if we don't hit the goal tonight, Friday is the last chance to hit that weekly goal for the movie night. And Young Frankenstein was good, but there's some more classics that I need to see.
Correction. We're shifting gears. We're changing the strategy. We're focusing on violent offenders, violent criminals.
Exactly. Point in case. Point in case. Heimdall, you're talking about the Quality Learing Center thing, right? Is this what you're asking about? Case in point. Even people who are watching shows like this don't necessarily automatically get the joke. And so, no, they didn't spell that on. They didn't spell that wrong on purpose, which is why it becomes the meme. But if you're not going to connect quality leering with this specifically, then you're gonna be like, why are you spelling it like that? What are you doing? Exactly my point. Exactly. Thank you. I'm Del.
Shifting gears, we're changing the strategy. We're focusing on violent offenders, violent criminals. There's all this consternation in the White House saying, oh, Trump is being convinced to approve all these seasonal farm workers. He's being convinced not to do the deportations, only focus on criminals, which, by the way, that's kind of like what Biden was doing, picking people up at prisons that murdered people. That's been going on. That's an Obama policy, but go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Because we both, by the way, have a tendency to kind of, I think your brain works the same way I do, really. And this bullshit, and this bullshit.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you, but it's in my personal life, too. I'll come home to my lady. I'll be like, this bullshit. She'll be like, okay, it's kind of like the old man. Put him down, like, go grab a drink and calm down and play some games. So I wanted to deal with those kind of separately.
Gotta hit the weekly goal. We are only a 53 out of 250, guys.
I understand what you're saying.
Teamwork,
but you are making the same
work.
mistake that the left makes quite often. And what I mean by that is pointing to rhetoric as opposed to policy. So you say, okay, and then
of course, don't forget about the fucking the stream goal. I need these push-ups, guys.
Assume, although I just don't agree, there are no record deportations. There are, in comparison to Obama, to Clinton, certainly to Biden. We certainly would have to agree on that because they counted border turnaways. But net negative migration. Okay, that doesn't matter. You're pointing to the rhetoric. Okay, H-1Bs, that doesn't matter because you're pointing to the rhetoric. You also have to look at other numbers, like, for example, the job growth under Biden entirely to foreign-born workers. These numbers also don't lie. Net negative for native-born Americans, and it has flipped precisely under Donald Trump. That is important for particularly
those
young
donos, guys. We're only 3 out of 15. Remember, 99 cents counts. If we get $15 in total from 15.99 super chat, super stickers, whatever, that meets the goal. You guys never go for the low-hanging fruit. A couple of you just throw 99 cents. You might get me doing those push-ups. I'll do push-ups with no shirt on if you hit the goal.
Precisely under Donald Trump. That is important for particularly young Americans who you have as an audience, right? We have a youth unemployment that I think we would both agree is directly affected by H-1Bs, cheap labor, illegal immigration. It's bad here. It's worse anywhere the left has power. You're talking about 20% across Europe. You're talking about 15% in Canada. Those numbers also don't lie. Okay, Joe Biden, no Americans hired post-COVID. Only foreign-born workers. First year of Donald Trump, switch. Foreign-born workers, their jobs go down, job losses, growth for native-born Americans. That in combination does become undeniable in saying these aren't mild this is a major difference. And rhetoric, in having to deal with the media, well, we're going after violent criminals first. Tom Homan was on the show. I guess that would be one of the administration. He's someone we've had in the show a couple times. He said, well, of course, we're going after violent criminals, but what are we going to do if we run into someone who's not violent? We're going to deport them. They can't be here. That's our job. We're going to deport them too. In other words,
was that his Tom Homan?
It gives them some leeway, and the numbers bear that out. It's not even close, Nick.
No, but here's the thing. I mean, you can say it's better than Obama, but have we been fighting for 10?
It's the same when it comes to super chats or gifted subs. That's 6 and 1, half a dozen of the other. The money goes the same. Personally, I do prefer now that we aren't gatekeeping the Discord with the memberships. Then and if you just click the link, you get full access. And so I like the for you guys to think of something that you want to say that will stand out, and use the super chat to make sure it doesn't get skipped or whatever. I think I'm a little bit too much in the chat to incentivize that, but I like talking to you guys too much. But in terms of it's in terms of the money thing, it's 6 and 1, half a dozen the other. But don't forget that either way, YouTube steals 30% of your money. Whereas if you go Venmo, Cash App, PayPal takes the same thing. But Venmo or Cash App, all that money stays between you and me.
But here's the thing. I mean, you can say it's better than.
Just make sure if you do send one of those, the notifications don't always come through. So just put something in the chat. But you will absolutely get the flowers.
Obama, but have we been fighting for 10 years for all of this? For we're deporting more people than Obama after they let in 20 million people. No, we voted for mass deportations. We're not even getting 1 million a year. ICE won't release the numbers because they're embarrassingly low. That's why we have to rely on census data to extrapolate it and get, 1 million people
I mean, hey, do we want to make a monthly goal? If we hit a goal in a month, I'll get a stripper pole right there. I mean, that's just expensive, but let's go. $3K a month, and we got a stripper pole. Done.
census data to extrapolate it and get, 1 million people self-deported. That's what they promised. And by the way, you're saying it's all rhetoric. Let's look at the policy. After they withdrew from Minneapolis, they said, we're done doing raids. They were doing these big operations in Chicago, New York, Minneapolis, where they surged thousands of CBP and ICE into the city. And what they would do is patrols. They would have ICE out on the street, basically looking for illegals, going door to door. What they've done since then is they put body cams on them. They stopped doing these big surges. They stopped doing the patrols and the big raids. And what they've effectively shifted over to, like in New York, for example, is they're only going to go to the prisons. If someone gets arrested for murder, they go to prison, they're not legal, then ICE picks them up. And that's really all that is happening right now. If you wanted mass deportations, what would that look like? Home Depots, farms, meat processing plants, the Hyundai facilities. But what happens when those places get raided? Trump gets a call. He gets a call from Wall Street. He gets a call from Hyundai. He gets a call from Brooke Rollins. And they say, stop deporting our farmers. Stop deporting our Hyundai employees. Stop deporting. And so Trump is effectively protecting our illegal immigrant workforce.
Okay, fair. That is a very, I'll just take on face value that everything that he said is perfectly right and perfectly accurate. If that is the case, then to say that we should vote for the Democrats for X goal, you have to establish how, not only what is the X, what is the goal, and B, how you're going to get from throwing the power into the other party that will bring out somebody out of the woodwork. Hoping and coping on a pipe dream.
They could deport them. They're choosing not to. The numbers could be higher. They could be doing raids. They stopped doing them. And they stopped doing them, they said, because of politics. We'll lose the midterms, all this stuff. And I'm just saying, it could be better. It really could be. They're choosing not to.
It could be better. Of course, it could always be better.
Pay off your debts, guys, and then pay me.
No, it could be much better.
Okay, let's say it could be much better. It's funny they use a meat processing plant, because we saw that exact example in I believe it was Omaha, Nebraska, where then there were Americans lined up when a bunch of people had been raided and people had been deported.
Then they shut it down.
And this happens across
too.
So are you saying that there's an equivalency? In other words, it's not that big of a difference as far as immigration?
Yeah, I think it's not meaningful at all. No,
okay.
That's getting back to.
And what about let's go through. What about H-1Bs? 87%. It's not 100. It's 87% in new ones. The workplace is that significant?
This whole thing has been making perfect the enemy of the good. Best president in our lifetimes. But he's not perfect. So let's throw it all away.
No, I don't think so. It needs to go entirely. There needs to be no H-1Bs.
Okay, so 87% reduction is nothing, so we'll go with the party that increases them by 200%.
They hit the cap. They hit the cap every year. And by the way, we're going to get more. I mean, Elon Musk and Little Tech are lobbying this administration. So
we'll get more with Democrats, or we'll get more if you don't vote for the Democrats.
Stupid. Oh. So 87%. 99% border crossing reduction, not significant.
That's bad.
No, there's no wall. We did that in 2020.
There is a wall.
money, and then we got 10
Yeah,
million
we're
illegals.
building
There's
the
no
wall now. Well, the wall was stopped again after the
It's not
midterms that
being
you
built.
encouraged people to sit out, and the Senate flipped. Well,
How
yeah.
much you want to bet? How much you want to
What
bet
about
that the
50?
wall will be
It's like
finished?
over 50 miles.
And so, if we let the Democrats win the midterms, why do you think that that will get the wall built? None of these things are connecting. You're just saying things.
Miles? Is that what the wall's over 50 miles, and there's another 17 miles of secondary wall? This is just in
The
the very
border's
first.
2,000 miles.
Yeah, we built how many hundreds of miles in the first term, and how many times was it being gridlocked by the Democrats who you
We
say
built
people should
about
vote for?
60 miles of new wall. There's 400 miles of replacement, 60 miles of new wall out of 2,000.
How many was in the first term is what we're talking, right? Then now we have another 50 plus, is it, call it 75?
For the first term was 60 new, and this second term, I'll take your word for it. I haven't looked at it, but if it's 70, I mean, then you got a grand total of 130 miles of new wall.
Okay.
5%.
And how many were built under Democrats? And how
Okay,
much of that was
but
done when we
we
had
need a-
control
Steven,
versus Democrats?
that's crazy.
We need
We
more.
need a
We need
wall.
more. But the point
No,
is
we
there
need
will
a
be no
wall.
wall. Wait, we know this.
But there
okay.
isn't a
How do you not see this? How do you not see this? Republicans, we get a little bit of wall. Democrats, no wall, and possibly tearing down the wall. But the Democrats will make the wall.
wall.
So let's vote for the party. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, you go ahead.
No. And I understand this, right? I guess we're dealing with, like, it's very clear to me that none of these are significant to you, right? Immigration. Because most people,
It is.
most people,
It is.
if you could, hold on a second. Most
Okay.
people, if you could tell them, look, this is what's going to happen. Okay. You're not going to get everything that you want, but you're going to get $1.3 trillion in cuts and proposed cuts. And you're going to have these for the first time entitlement reform. And you're going to have a net negative migration country for the first time since the 1970s. And you're going to have DEI out. You're actually going to have Supreme Court cases where affirmative action, you can't admit people in college based on race anymore. And by the way, Medicaid's not going to be paying the trans kids because we're going to have that Chevron case overturned. Okay, if you said, but if you just told people net negative migration before the election, people would have taken that deal. And instead, you're saying hand it over to the people who opened it up. So let's go back to that. I'm fine with it, with that risk. In other words, if you're telling me we can get much better. So the Nick Fuentes plan is we can get 100% deportations right now.
Hey, shout out to Anson. Welcome to the party. I don't know if we're Groyper maxing. I think we're, if anything, we're Crowder maxing. Because, hey, yikes. This Groyper plan, or lack thereof, is, like I said, roll the tape back. I said I'm open-minded. If he presents something that makes sense, I don't know if I'll agree. I don't know if I'll do it, but at least I'll give him his flowers. And so far, all I can say is that it is internally logical, but completely impractical. No. Well, actually, maybe the Groypers did in 2016. Maybe. I'm not a Groyper. I don't know exactly what their fucking thing is, but he seems very, 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 very hung up on 2016 Trump. That either is because he got everything that he wanted from that, or because that's all he knows. He doesn't understand, again, that Trump is the anomaly. Trump was the anomaly. We are now, whatever he's trying to achieve, that was Trump. That happened in 2016. So trying to do 2016 in 2026 is not gonna work. Stupid.
At 87% H-1Bs, we can get 100% H-1 done. Complete.
Wait, what is that?
We can get much better. So then would have taken that deal. And instead, you're saying hand it over to the people who opened it up. So let's go back to that. I'm fine with it, with that risk. In other words, if you're telling me we can get much better. So the Nick Fuentes plan is we can get 100% deportations, right? Not 87% H-1Bs. We can get 100% H-1 done. Complete.
Okay, how?
Guarantee it. We can get Medicaid, not just a $900 billion. All of this, you can get it done because you're going to vote Democrat in 2026.
And then
I still need concrete.
Well, let's just reframe the deal.
Oh my God. He set it up for you. I've started doing this in the most condescending way I can because I am so triggered by people not answering questions. Doing exactly that. This will help us because just finish the sentence. Whatever else you want to say, I am here to listen. But first, just answer the question. This will help because just tell us what it is.
A little bit, okay? Because here's the real deal is
Are you Groyper maxing? Why are you saying that you're voting Democrat in 2026?
Republicans say we're going to build a wall, and a wall, Trump said 30-foot concrete structure, 2,000 miles of wall. That was the proposal in January 2018. That's what we had in mind.
Sure.
Well, what you're really going to get is 130 miles of 18-foot steel bollard fencing with a 5-foot climbing plate after 10 years. Then they say mass deportations. We're going to deport 1 million people per year. They don't even release the numbers. According to the New York Times, they deported 230,000.
You're just repeating yourself, bro. You're not engaging with what Crowder is saying. So Democrat lies are okay, but GOP lies are bad. Got it.
Last year, maybe they arrested 300,000 more. Okay, that's not a mass deportation. You're not even making a dent. Hang on, in just those 10 years. Then you want to say, well, they cut $800 billion in Medicaid to pay for a permanent cut in the corporate tax rate, and they want a $1.5 trillion military for this year alone. And we have a war in Iran that's costing us $50, maybe $100 billion when all is said and done, not to mention the gas prices. So it's like, we're promised all these things. We never get them. And so you're right. It's a huge risk, but I'm saying I'm not going Democrat. I'm not going center right. I'm voting no on both of those. And yeah, I'm hoping that we can open up a space where someone far right can fill it. And you're right. It's a huge risk.
Fair. So what is the punishment that is bestowed upon the GOP, and for what purpose? Because I started because it's so brilliant that this is just, nobody is going to be like, oh no, Anson didn't vote for us, we must change. Accelerationist, it can't be fixed. Okay, so then you just want to burn it all down. Which again, I mean, I think that's silly, but fair enough. But that's not what Nick is saying. And so there's a difference between being like, I think this can't be fixed, so let's burn it all down. I disagree with that, but again, internally logical and a lot more practical than what the fuck Nick is saying. If it was a burn it all down, then that would be practical. That would be practical. That's crazy. That's crazy. Jesus. But again, at least that's internally logical. This does not work.
You're right. It's totally uncertain. But I think the real risk, again, is, these half measures. I think unless we have radical reform, it's either we're getting our head cut off or we're getting cut in half.
And so exactly as I said, he's like, yeah, I'm willing to take on this risk, not understanding that the risk is actually up here. And if we have people who are legitimately accelerationists and doing exactly what Nick is saying, then clearly, clearly, it's not going to accomplish whatever goal, as we're an hour and a half into we started late, so an hour into this conversation, whatever it is that he's trying to accomplish, it's not going to be accomplished by voting for the Democrats.
I'm voting for maybe there'll be some option where we don't get totally destroyed. And that's all I'm interested in. That's all I care about. You want to cut around the edges on immigration. It's not going to meaningfully change the demographics of the country. How many illegal...
Neither is you voting for the Democrats.
...are here, 40, 50 million. You want to say, well, we deported 1 million. It's like, okay, cool. We're still in this immigrant nation. So.
Yeah, no, well, first off, I'm familiar with that New York Times.
I'm just repeating myself now, but making the perfect enemy of the good.
Times article, they said at 500,000, and that's not including self-deportations, which is the vast majority of them. I get that you say, I don't count it. I don't count self-deportation. I don't believe in
arrests and removals. So 500,000 is arrests and removals.
I don't believe in self-deportations. Okay. That's still very different from 10 to 20 million in the span of 3 years, which you guaranteed will get. Let's assume you don't believe the Democrats' clearly laid out plan of packing the courts, of undoing all of the decisions, of making Puerto Rico a state, of redistricting. Let's assume you don't believe any of that. Will we both agree, for sure, if Democrats obtain power, another 10 to 20 million illegals in that term?
I'm not sure. I really have no idea. I think
if you're a betting man, Nick.
Honestly, no, because you know what?
So they did it under Biden, but learned their lesson?
No, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
If you look at Davos this year, there was agreement, actually. I think Clinton said this in an interview sometime after this. I believe Hillary Clinton, that is. I believe Bill Gates said something to this effect. They said because of AI, we don't actually want the irregular migration anymore. Why did they need the illegal immigration in 21, 22, 23? Because there was a labor shortage after the pandemic ended. And so, yeah, I do think actually the tides have shifted.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, I mean, that's what they say.
Here's the thing.
I don't even... Did anybody just... What? Can anybody explain what the fuck he just said?
Because there was shit anymore. It's a fact. They say because of AI.
So because of AI, we don't need immigration anymore. Okay.
We don't actually want the irregular migration anymore. Like, why did they need the illegal immigration in 21, 22, 23? Okay. Because there was a labor shortage after the pandemic ended. And so, yeah, I do think actually the tides have shifted.
Do you think the tide, so the elite, the uniparty elite, they've just like, you know what? Actually, we didn't think ahead. We knew about AI for the last 25 years. But we just brought in a bunch of people temporarily. And now we've just changed our minds. So if Nick Fuentes votes for the Democrats, then we're going to get rid of all the illegals.
What?
It's like if you're saying this in an accelerationist mindset, that makes sense. But yikes.
I agree with
Democrats.
that.
Okay, well, I mean, that's what they say.
Here's the thing. I think, no, I understand. I don't agree with their framing.
Oh, okay.
Meaning there wasn't a labor shortage. And that's what's so distressing about the left. And this is why I can't vote for them. This is how sinister they are. They specifically hired and replaced, and you've talked about this, replaced Americans with third world labor. Native-born American jobs went down after the pandemic. Foreign-born jobs went up. It's directly flipped under Trump. So there wasn't a labor shortage. We would both have to agree the Democrats lied. They wanted cheap labor because ultimately they wanted votes. That's my only disagreement. I think they're just that sinister and the numbers bear it out. But please continue.
Well, I mean, strictly speaking, there was. It's just that there would be two ways to remedy that. I mean, if you had a real labor shortage, what was happening is that all these companies were just increasing their wages. And I remember you drive down the street and you'd see a window in McDonald's and it would say $25 an hour, stipend for tuition, blah, blah, because they wanted to incentivize Americans to return to the labor force. And so, how do you remedy the shortage? You could raise the wages or you could open up the borders. So in a sense, I suppose we agree. Maybe it's just the semantics about what constitutes a shortage. But I would say that
no, I don't think it's semantics. I think it's don't subsidize Americans and let wages go up as a product of the free. It's not complicated. It's a problem that they created on purpose so they could solve by replacing Americans with third world labor.
Yeah, I don't see what the argument is against that. Oh, well, Bill Gates and Hillary Clinton said something about, they really have been driving policy.
I don't think it's an accident. You think it's an accident?
No, not that it's an accident. I just think it's just about how you approach the problem. It's you could raise wages.
Do you believe that Democrats had a proactive approach to replacing Americans with third worlders in order to change the demographics and gain votes? Because I do.
I think yes, but...
Okay, so let's do more of that.
What?
And this is what I think maybe you might miss as more loyal to the Republicans is that the business interests which are Republican, play a profound role in opening up the borders. I mean, it's the 1990 Immigration Act, actually, which is what created all these programs, increased the amount of immigrants coming in, and that was lobbied for by the Chamber of Commerce under George Bush. Because
good luck with that, pal. Good luck with that.
Business interests wanted the labor. So I think there's a two-part thing where Democrats, you're right, they want the demographic change. They, refugees welcome, blah, blah, blah. But it's the Republicans in agriculture and hospitality on Wall Street. They want the cheap labor too, for economic reasons. So, you can't say it's all Democrats and not Republicans.
Right. So what you're explaining there is that the perfection that you're looking for is not fucking possible. It's not practical. Well, okay, technically it's possible. It's not practical because this is not how exactly what you just said. These people operate on what is best for them. There's only the slight differences in the cultural aspects that trickle down. So you're not actually doing anything unless you are specifically trying to burn down the system like Anson. Then, vote for the people that suck. But if that's not your position, and you think that this can be managed, then voting Democrat is just not the correct answer.
Well, no, what I would say is I wouldn't say that. And I think we agree. Okay. It's all Democrats. I do believe that Democrats in a perfect world would replace you. I think that's why you're America First, right? They want to replace white, Christian, Anglo-Saxon Americans with anyone whose vote is easier to buy. Would we agree with that fundamental premise?
Totally.
Okay. And then I think some Republicans, people like Bush included, by the way, Reagan really screwed up when you're talking about immigration.
Anson does.
As far as business interests or this idea that, it'll sort itself out through the free market. The problem is there was so much interference that we now see there are corporate interests that superseded it. We see a very stark contrast between those Republicans and this Trump administration. That's for the first time, there's been a stark contrast. But I do think the primary problem is exactly what you've said in the past. The left absolutely wants to replace you with a demographic that is easier to manipulate, put on the public dole, grant citizenship, and gain votes. And they did it to the tune of 10 to 20 million. They did not fix the labor shortage. What happened is they created a labor shortage, whether it's rent forgiveness, student loan forgiveness, the subsidies, the COVID relief that was going out, knowing that Americans would go back into the workforce more slowly. Wages were going up, and instead they brought in massive, not only illegal immigrants, but the same reason you ran billboards, H-1Bs, that for certainly their tenure, and would be forever if not reversed, suppress American wages. Those are issues for me. I know you said that immigration doesn't matter to you anymore, and I think you're being hyperbolic, but that is, to me, enough of a contrast when I understand the replacement of Americans because we won't have an America anymore.
Let's see what I haven't seen these billboards. What are we talking about? So Trump's going to be addicted to we're gonna Google it. Really? Okay, let's look at the article maybe. Based on your request, no recent mainstream media reporting. However, based on 24, the following content is this. That's weird. Weird. Let's try X.
And I'm not left wing at all. And I wouldn't even call myself a liberal. I'm illiberal. I'm a reactionary. The partisanship is not a permanent part of your identity. It's something that you do. And this is about taking the power back from the Republicans. The Republicans think that they have us boxed in. They think that we are hostages, and they think they can get away with anything because we have no other options. Am I wrong? The Republicans fuck us over every single time.
You're not wrong.
They know that
you're not wrong, but they are right.
That most of you are too stupid or too loyal or too naive to think that you have another option. They will tell you every year, what are you going to do? Vote
Psst. Morty doesn't have balls.
for a Democrat? What are we going to do? Let the Democrats win? And so we are expected to endlessly swallow a shit sandwich because they believe we are a captive audience, that we are a hostage. We have no other.
I just want to see what the fucking billboard is. Okay, what do we got here? I'm going to assume this is not relevant to immigration. But I mean, that is fresh and fit in Times Square, bro. So, if anybody knows what those billboards actually say, I would like to know.
Understand the replacement of Americans because we won't have an America anymore.
Well, to address that comment, I said that in the context of, I think that immigration is one of these issues that is always dangled in front of us out of reach. And Republicans have been playing this game for 40 years. And it's like you pointed out, even Reagan, we're going to give 3 million amnesty and then we're going to close the border. It doesn't happen. Same thing even with Trump. Trump said we're
not yet, but it's coming.
We're going to build the border wall. We're going to slow it down. And let's be honest, immigration got really bad in Trump's first term, right up through May, June 2019 until they implemented Remain in Mexico. And then in 2020, they shut it down because of the pandemic.
And then he put in place Remain in Mexico, right? So that would be a good thing.
But it's like, it was even bad under Trump 1. And then, let's talk about, for example, the pandemic-induced labor shortage. Who shut down the economy? Trump. Who did Operation Warp Speed? Trump. Who let BLM wreck the cities? Trump. Who gave Venezuelans TPS in January 2021? Trump. And how many of those 20 million were from Venezuela?
No, this is what you do, and I know that you.
How is this not left-wing talking points? Yeah, Donald Trump just let first of all, I don't know. He was in the Discord. I don't know what he was doing, but I guess he didn't want to continue. What was I just saying? Oh yeah, he's just coming at the BLM ride. We forget that COVID was legitimately unprecedented. We didn't have a playbook for that, and so I'm not saying that Trump did great. But I am saying that there is definitely reason to have grace on that specific thing.
No, look, because you're very smart. This is clever, but it's just not accurate. And I would say it's disingenuous to say, Trump, because BLM started before Donald Trump. We both know that. And we also know that domestically, hold on a second, the president doesn't have the same broad authority. And I know you've talked about this. So, for example, whether you agree or disagree with the war in Iran, people saying like, it's a war crime for any president to carry out a military action. Like, no, we both know that the president has much broader powers as it relates to issues of national security. That's also why he has much broader powers in dealing with H-1Bs coming in, or specifically policy as it relates to people entering the country. The president doesn't have these broad powers to guarantee funding for a wall, right? We know that. But the president does have, the broad powers when you say remain in Mexico. When was that reversed and who reversed it? Wherever he can, wherever he can, like you said, wherever he can through executive order or presidential powers, he's used his most potent tools and he's been gridlocked by the party you tell people to vote for. And some, not all, but too many Republicans.
The virus is real. Whether or not that cruise is legit is an entirely different question. And so here again, we have a situation, and I'm sorry that there's not more to comment on. But this is yet again making perfect the enemy of the good. So guys, we have just hit the 3-hour mark. Twitch is done. Shout out to the Twitchers, and the YouTube stream is about to go to members only chat. So you still will be able to watch if you are not a member, but of course, members have that. What am I looking for? Oh, members have that special privilege. We've got the after party goal started, and we are cutting. Oh, so if you're not a member, then now's the time. Now is the time. Where the fuck is this shit? Now is the time. Say what you gotta say, but also you can head over to Rumble or Discord, and I will be able to see those. They won't be in the chat here or on screen, but we are good. We are going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are on members only. So again, if you are not a member, you can still hang out and watch the show. You are also able to still get your piece in with super chats. And of course, membership starts at only $2.99 a month. So sign up. Let's go.
Where do you tell people to vote for? And some, not all, but too many Republicans. So my approach is back to steel manning. Yeah, I think you're better off, and historically, it's irrefutable. You're better off working within the party that has a voting base that wants something done with immigration to hold them accountable, the primary process. We've actually affected that directly here. Brennan Herrera is going to win. That's just one example. Ken Paxton is. That's one example. Handing it over to Democrats historically guarantees a moderate Republican if you manage to come back from it. So I think we've already gone. You don't have the concretes. You're saying you vote Democrat, so the destruction is concrete. Right? The losses are real. They will take place. The wins are hopeful.
Hey, shout out to JL. Just became a member. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. And of course, not only does it come with a treat for Morty, that gets us started on the after party goal. So where we at? So we had 53. So let me update this. Weekly 53. Then Jay gave us one there with the $3. And JL, you are the new sponsor of the after party. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. You can do the same by hitting that join button. I promise you, it is worth it. And with that, let's dive right back in. Remember, guys, that that after party goal is for 1 hour, $2 and up. Let's get me some push-ups. Let's get Morty some treats.
You don't have the concretes. You're saying you vote Democrat, so the destruction is concrete, right? The losses are real. They will take place. The wins are hopeful and imaginary. That's my problem.
No, See, when you say destruction and all this, let's be very clear. In 2026, if Democrats win, you're going to have a divided government. So I think actually the damage is going to be mitigated in the sense that you'll have a Republican Senate.
I had to 6 times. I was like, what are you saying? Like, not bye-bye me. No bye-bye for you.
government. So I think actually the damage is going to be mitigated in the sense that you'll have a Republican Senate, most likely. You'll have Trump in the White House. The Democrats will have the House, and they'll just exercise their oversight power. So as far as destruction is concerned, I think it's relatively contained. And maybe this is like a good clarifier, if it was 2028 and it's going to be, I don't want Democrats to run the table. I don't want a Democrat to be the president at all. I don't want Democrats to control Congress.
Right. So then don't vote for them. I understand that there, we can talk about how little effect voting in these federal elections have. But if you're basing this whole plan on the fact that you are able to move the needle, then why are you voting for them? It just doesn't line up.
I think that this is the punch in the face that Republicans need so that in 28 we can be more competitive. That's how I'm looking, because the damage, let's be honest, is contained.
I get that. The damage isn't fully contained. There's a lot of damage that they can do, and we can go through that. It's not fully contained. I think you're understating the risk, but it still does come to the unavoidable fact if we just believe this logistically, right? And of course, I'm not going to vote Democrat. I think you also agree you're going to have a hurdle for a lot of people to vote against their conscience and vote Democrat, right? That's going to take a lot of convincing on your part. You still run into the brick wall that if that happens, you're going to get a moderate candidate historically. You're not going to get someone more right-wing, it's called the Republican moderate paradox, and it's almost as inescapable as gravity. Now, if you had a plan but we're going to punch those donors in the face and have a ground game, awesome. I'm all ears. Please.
That makes a little bit more sense. And yes, we are in the after party, but don't forget, guys, if you would prefer, you don't have to be a member. You can go into the Discord. If 3 or more people are in one of the voice channels, then we will continue this over on Discord, where we don't have to worry about any TOS, and you guys are not stuck behind your keyboard. You're actually on screen with me and everybody else. You don't even have to be a donor. I really want to grow the Discord. A few people joined the other night, and y'all were talking and doing the thing. Just think of it like a group chat. We gotta get that shit raging. And yes, if that's your vibe, you can say the N-word. There's not a single word or phrase. It is a free speech platform. You can get banned, but there's not a single word or a single phrase that by you saying it, you get kicked out. So let it rip. Here, obviously, we got the YouTube TOS, but there, I don't give a fuck or shit. The mistake I made the first time around was letting trolls be like, I was trying to, I had a big ego and I wanted, free speech platform, everybody was saying anything. And people weren't saying crazy words, but they were being annoying and spamming and this and that. And my thing was like, all right, well, if somebody's pissing you off, then, just argue with them and beat them in the argument. Not realizing that people are like, I'm not trying to fucking do that. And so we're getting rid of the trolls. But if you're legit, if you're engaging, it doesn't matter if you agree or disagree. It doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right, if you're an accelerationist, if you're a Democrat, if you're gay, if you're trans, if you're a furry. We got all that, and we do want more people of different ideologies to come together. That is the purpose here. That is the purpose, to make sure we are all better at communicating with people we disagree with so that we can move forward. This idea of going back to 2016, that's not a thing. We are moving forward. We are taking everything the Trump administration has brought to us and all the bullshit that we saw from the Biden administration and all the bullshit that we're seeing from Trump's second administration and moving forward. And I can't do that alone. Yep. Furries are allowed. If you got an argument as to why they won't, I'm open to hear it, but it sounds pretty gay.
In the face and have a ground game.
It is pretty gay to be scared of furries. Like, oh no, I don't want them there. It seems like you should be able to argue your way out of furries being good, but hey, that's on you.
Now, if you had a plan but we're going to punch those donors in the face and have a ground game, awesome. I'm all ears. Please let me know. And let me know how you get this guy or gal, I'm assuming it's not a gal, please tell me it's not a gal, elected in 2028. How do you get, let's go to that. Let's really distill it. Let's assume there's no difference between Republicans and Democrats, and they're so bad that it's exactly the same. You couldn't put any daylight between Biden and Donald Trump. Let's assume that I agree with all that. I don't, but for the sake of argument, how do you get this?
Shit. What did I do? Holy fucking shit. Hold on. I just fucked up. What did I do? How even the fuck did that even happen? Nope, that's not what I want. Nope. What is going on here? Is that because of the Zoom? Why is that like that? No, come on. No, go back to the thing where. There you go. Okay. Okay. What was I doing?
Let's assume that I agree with all that. I don't, but for the sake of argument, how do you get this guy, please not gal, elected in 2028?
Well, like I said, I don't believe in this moderate Republican paradox that you're talking about. I think if Republicans lose the midterms, they're going to be weakened. Like you can't argue that they're going to be stronger having lost the midterms than weaker. Vance and Rubio will be weaker after the fact.
I'm not arguing that. And weaker Republicans look for a winnable candidate who they view as moderate. The donor class will do that, guaranteed. They will. The donor class.
Okay, but the donor class is lining up behind Vance and Rubio.
Okay, so they still will. How do you deal with that? How do you get your guy elected?
And they will be weaker. I think we need a grassroots campaign in those early primary states in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada.
Isn't that where Bernie Sanders is from? How did that go? We are past the era in America where grassroots is going to get to the White House. Sorry, pal. Sorry, pal. You missed it. I missed it, and I think most of you in the chat have also missed that, where a legitimate grassroots campaign can get to the place where you're in the presidency. It don't work like that. It don't work like that, brother.
And let's also just talk about the architecture of the race. It's going to start relatively early. We need somebody to announce, get up to that 1%, 2%, 3% threshold to get on the debate stage, and then we're going to need someone to get on the debate stage and just kick ass, go up there against Vance and Rubio and say what's going on. And then hopefully we're going to make a blitz in all 99 counties in Iowa, go to New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada. And if we have something viable, then you go on into the future. It's
hoping and coping on a pipe dream.
Basically, it's the Trump playbook. I mean, you can say,
which has already been defeated. Defeated is a strong word, but already been. They've already seen the playbook. The playbook worked in 2016 because they haven't seen it. Now they've seen it.
Well, you don't have $1 billion lined up for the general, or, you don't have a plan here. But Trump did it. Trump did it in 2016. He had like a few guys, just started doing rallies, self-funded some money in the very beginning, went on the debate stage, and then it just was off to the races. And I think that we have to be open for something like that to happen.
Yeah. So
I need Crowder to reframe this and be like, bro, that is what that already. I'm repeating myself. That already happened. That is what Trump is. This is like you're playing Mario Kart, right? You're playing Mario Kart. And it's like, oh, these other racers are good, and they use the hopping thing to get around the fucking thing. So, but when I started playing, I got a star right at the beginning, and I won, and that was the way that I like playing Mario Kart. So what we need to do is, if you don't get a star from the very beginning of the race, you just stop at the start line and don't go around. To punish. Explain to me how that is different. Explain to me how that is different than what he is advocating for right now. Because again, he is his baseline is, when you play Mario Kart, you have a star and you're way faster than everybody else. Analogy being, when there's a president, it's someone like Donald Trump. And then maybe other people get stars. Somebody throws some fucking blue shells, red shells, whatever it is. You're like, I don't like this game as much when I'm not on a star. So I'm gonna sit at the starting line until Nintendo decides to give me a star at the beginning of every race.
Come on, man.
Am I wrong?
Did they have a ground game? I don't believe they did.
A couple of things. First off, it sounds to me like you're talking about then at that point engaging in the primary process, right? You're saying,
yes.
So why haven't you taken part in any of these primary processes now?
I haven't really seen anybody that I like. I like Thomas Massey.
But you just said you saw somebody who's going to be behind you when you vote for the Democrats. You just said you have somebody.
I haven't really seen anybody that I like. I like Thomas Massey, but I think that I might hurt him more than help him. I like James Fishback in Florida. We wanted somebody to run against Vivek, but there wasn't a good candidate in Ohio.
Do you think he's going to win? Be honest.
I don't think his odds are great.
Okay.
Who? Who's going to win?
In Florida. We wanted somebody
James
to run against Vivek, but there wasn't a good
Dennis
candidate in
Fishback,
Ohio.
do you think he's going to win? Be honest.
I don't think his odds are great.
Okay, I know. That's a tough question. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you in the spot.
And no, it's fine. But that's the thing. And I said this on my show the other night, or maybe I said it in private. I'm not sure actually, but
I'll give him credit that it doesn't seem like he is grifting. It doesn't seem like he's out here trying to push something. Like he seems like a young dude who is upset about the political landscape, and through his naivete, thinks that this is a good plan. It's just not. At least not for the goals that he's looking for. If you're Anson and you want to burn it all down, go for it. But that's not what Nick wants.
Isn't it tough how that works with our lives? You're like, did I say that on air? Or did I say that?
Yeah, right. Did I say this in a group chat? But like, the problem with the primary is like Groypers and far right people are not the majority. I was telling my fans this.
But they need to be for your plan to work in 2028.
No.
Exactly. This only works if everybody is on your fucking team. This only works if you have the coalition. And so if you had been spending time on the local elections, then maybe you would have that coalition. And you wouldn't need to kneecap the Republicans because you'd be doing well enough to just beat the Democrats in the first place. Is anybody here? Put a 1 in the chat if you are specifically going unwilling to vote for somebody that Nick Fuentes cosigns. Like, let's say somebody, we'll bring it back to Trump. Early Trump, Nick Fuentes, Catboy here, was all about Trump. But that didn't make you not vote for Trump because he did. So it stands to reason that in the future, there could also be another person that you like that Nick happens to also like. I don't remember where I was going with that. Oh, man. I don't know.
The problem with the primary is like Groypers and far right people are not the majority. I was telling my fans this.
But they need to be for your plan to work in 2028.
No. No, they don't. Because here's the difference.
Okay.
If you're like, let's say you're in Ohio. Okay. Perfect example. If it's Vivek and another guy, you need the Groyper guy to get 50% of the votes in Ohio. And Groypers are all like young white men, very engaged, very
except for you
online, maybe punch disproportionately outside their weight class, but it's a small contingent. So we're not going to get 50% of the Republicans in Ohio in a two-way race. But if it's a Democrat versus Republican, let's say it's 50-50 neck and neck. If we could push it 1% or 3%, we can flip it. Now, the primary in 2028.
But how are you going to do it, though? Because this is my problem. Because you're like, well, I don't want to endorse anyone because it's going to hurt them. And the Groypers aren't big enough. Okay. But so that's why I haven't taken.
That's what politics is. Having positive associations and having a big coalition. It's not even like you're missing one of those. You don't have either of those.
Part in the primaries, and that's why you haven't enacted this plan. Now, you've told people to sit out, in some cases, implied vote Democrat or run billboards. So this is not new, right? You've done it 3 election cycles, something similar to this. And I understand what you're saying, by the way. I don't want my endorsement to hurt anyone. Groypers are not popular enough. But that will be different. You will endorse mount a ground game, and there will be enough of you in 2028 after Democrat seize control. How?
Well, here's the thing. Okay.
Yet again, sets him up with specifically what I'm asking you. This will be done how? Oh, well, the thing is, this is Brian Shapiro all over again.
Okay. In Ohio, what we're doing is we're going to go for the Democrat, and we are going to endorse the Democrat. We're going to go all in. In 2028, I think there is going to be an appetite for
the COVID architect Jew, just to be clear.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I think, do you think that she's going to be worse than Vivek?
Yeah.
Because I don't.
Yep.
I think she'll be worse in terms of governance, but I think that in terms of overall impact, it's far worse for us if Vivek wins, because what it signals to the GOP is that, we'll vote for anything. We'll vote for an anchor baby who hates Americans, who's part of little tech. So yeah, I'm willing to forfeit Ohio for 4 years if it means we send Vivek back to the kitchen.
Can I pause you for one thing, just because?
Yeah.
Ohio.
Like, what a horrible, horrible thing to have Vivek Ramaswamy as opposed to woke Democrats. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? This is some retard shit.
Ohio is a different breed. Okay, Ohio is a rare bird because they had Kasich, for God's sakes. Ohio will vote for anybody. It's a weird freaking place. I can't believe the most unlikable human being alive in Kasich who thought he.
Lundberg said he wants people to vote for the Jewish Dem who is literally pro-trans kids because the other person is brown. Sounds about right.
He had a chance in the national. So let's just agree that.
If we're going to be a little bit more fair, I think it has a little bit more to do with the H-1Bs, but it's not like Vivek is the only fucking person who is for H-1Bs in the Republican Party. It's a good question. It's a good question. A lot of people are starting to be like, yeah, I think so.
Iowa's a bizarre place. Sure, their state legislature leans red, but you want to talk about feckless Rhino City. That is Ohio. It's bizarre. But yeah, I still do think that Vivek would be better than the COVID architect feminist who also,
obviously
is Jewish for the Groyper people.
See, I mean, well, and I don't even mind. That's the thing. It's funny. Dan Bilzerian got on my case. He's like, she's a Jew, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, but there's more going on here than that.
I know.
You know?
Oh, the irony.
I know.
It's a bigger, yeah. And I know you and I maybe agree on that, but but the thing is, to me, Vivek, and maybe you'll cringe at this. You're not wrong. Vivek would be arguably a more effective governor than a Democrat. However, if we accept him, does that not send a message to the GOP that we're accepting this little tack power? Because Vivek is involved with all these people, went to Yale Law School with Vance. They're looking at opening up this Anduril factory in Ohio, making the push for these government contracts. Like you're saying.
Okay, so who then are you saying that you can put forth to a general audience that has institutional support that will actually be able to win and only needs the Groypers to use that 1%? Who, even without a name, actually, I forgot this dollar sign here. Hold on. Even if you're not giving me a name, if you could say somebody like JD Vance, somebody like Alex Jones, somebody like, give me an idea of what you're trying to think of, what your idea is. Almost an hour and a half into this. And he still has not given the plan. Step 1, vote for the Democrats. End goal, Republicans are better.
What? A message that the post-Trump GOP is going to be shaped by people like Vivek, which is decidedly...
And what is people shaped like Vivek? What does that mean? Let's break that down. Is it literally just that he's brown? Is it the fact that he is a tech guy? Is it the fact that he's a rich guy? Oh, eat the rich. What exactly is it? Because you're being very cagey about the specifics here.
I mean, he's basically against everything that Trump ran on in 2016. Because Trump...
So are you, mother... Oh, 16. Fair enough. All right.
He's basically against everything that Trump ran on in 2016. Because Trump runs in 2016 saying the reason this country is...
He won't tell us. And I mean, I don't think that he's necessarily wrong in the sense that, if I say this person's name, then, by associating with me, that's going to hurt them. Right. So then how do you expect them to win if you're backing them? If you back them, what is the difference between you backing them now and you backing them in 2028? Are you going to rehab your image to the mainstream and the establishment in the next 2 years? I don't know anything about that guy, but nobody. He's not saying any names. And Crowder called him out for not really being involved in local stuff. Has David been here? Did you just hop in? Shout out to David. If you're already here, then double hello. But welcome.
On in 2016, because Trump runs in 2016 saying the reason this country is dying is because the globalists sold us out on trade, immigration, foreign policy. Vivek is saying, no, this country's failing because you're lazy and you did too many sleepovers and you went to prom and you watched Saved by the Bell. And it's like you're blaming Americans for policy decisions.
Nick, you're talking to the wrong guy. You're talking to the wrong guy. You're talking to the guy who got into a shouting match with Vivek here in the studio over race, to be clear.
Right.
I am no fan of Vivek.
You want
I
him to
said,
win.
No, I
You're
don't.
not-
I would vote for him over the COVID architect who will destroy the state. But
Again, so there's a difference between I actively like this guy. I would do anything I can to get this person in office. That is different than, given the options, this person is better than the other. This thing of spending an hour making it, well, it's not perfect, so perfection is not an option in politics, Nick. Perfection is not an option. It is human beings. Human beings are not perfect. And power is corruption. I mean, I feel like by 25-ish, I'd kind of let go of this idea that if we just vote gooder, then everything will be perfect. And I didn't know nearly as much about just politics in general and history as Nick does. So how did we get here? How did we get here?
And Ohio is very different than the rest of the country, but this isn't a primary strategy, right? You're not just talking about Ohio. You're talking about Democrats across the board like you have in 2020, 22, 24. And I'm still not getting that. Yeah, okay, Vivek, that. I would be, by the way, I would be hard-pressed to not leave it blank in Ohio. I'm precluded from voting for someone who's part of the party that will literally kill me. But I am with you. Did you ever see my argument with Vivek? I see he was like, well, why can't we talk about Americans and what we should? I said, I can tell you why you can say it and other people can't. He goes, what? I said, because you're brown. He goes, oh, that's such a cop-out. I said, no, it's not a cop-out. I'm telling you that if I'll say it, but I'll say anything, but other people say it, it'll be an accusation of white privilege. It's because you're brown and you need to acknowledge it. And he got into a shouting match and got all indignant. And I was like, screw this guy. And I haven't had him on since. So you're talking to the wrong guy if you think that I love Vivek. I am saying, however, if in a situation with a Vivek and an Amy, I always forget, Amy Acton. I always want to say Cantor. That's probably like just Semitic stereotype in my mind. Amy Cantor, that's a diner. At that point, I look at the platform of, okay, still increasing by hundreds of percent H-1Bs, decreasing new H-1Bs by 87%. There's a guardrail there considering the risk of voting Democrat and what they've done that can be worked within effectively. But we're not talking about just Ohio.
Right. We're talking about the aspect of, not only we're not just talking about Ohio, we're not talking about, I actively like this person. We understand that it is a binary choice. And so your options for me, after I was hoodwinked into thinking that I needed to vote for Hillary Clinton, I made a promise that I will never vote against anyone ever again. And so it is very possible that come 2028, I abstain from the presidential vote. If someone doesn't come forth and earn my vote, I'm not going to cheapen it by continuing to play the game that he is having an issue with of the lesser two evils. The lesser of two evils is still evil. But at a certain point, you have to understand that there's a threshold that you can be good enough. Because nobody is perfect. If you're looking for perfection, you will fail 100% of the time. Sometimes you vote the lesser evil because the lesser evil has showed you that they are in fact the lesser evil. And sometimes you say, I don't really know. I'm gonna step back. This idea of punishing the party. You don't have the sway to punish the party. You're not that guy. In fact, most people don't have that power. Most people with influence don't have that power. But give it a shot, Nick. Give it a shot. Let's see how it works out for you.
You were talking about across the country, midterms, voting Democrat. So it still does come back. And I don't think that you begrudge me for asking for concretes because I know that you asked Bill Zarian from it. Now, to be fair, that wasn't fair. I don't know that Bilzerian can give concretes on anything to anybody. But I do require them because I'm the guy who's like, how do we undo the Vivek? How do we undo the Mitt Romneys? Now, I thought we made some progress with people like Trump, with people like Brendan Herrera, with people like Ken Paxton, where I was like, this is some momentum, right? It's in the right direction. Power can corrupt. But I'm all ears. I need the concretes to vote Democrat, though.
You don't, though. You don't. Because I think the far...
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. That's what this whole thing has boiled down to. No. I got this. Vote Democrat, and then everything will be good. Okay, how? Just trust me. Trust me, bro. I don't trust you. Not even a little bit.
Reads to vote Democrat, though.
You don't, though. You don't. Because I think the far greater risk is that we get Vance and Rubio. I think that, to me, that's unacceptable. I'm not going to go for that. J.D. Vance voted for Evan McMullin. Marco Rubio is Marco Rubio. If after...
How is this not woke? How is this not exactly what the woke do? Well, that person said this thing one time, therefore... This is as woke right gets.
10 years, 12 years of Trumpism, that's what we get? I'm going somewhere else. Like, I'm not... like
There is nowhere else! Trumpism was the somewhere else! Trumpism was the somewhere else! I don't know why I'm yelling. He'll learn. He'll learn. Yep. And again, as I said earlier, if you have a little coalition and you vote for the Democrats and they do a little bit better, it's not like the Republican politicians are going to be like, oh no, our lives are so hard now, whatever. It's us. It's us. It's the regular people that are going to be punished. And so it's a matter of, well, I'm going to do this to make me feel better. You know, I was using the example of Box and how he always votes for Cenk Uygur. Now, hey, if you don't want to buy into this system, as I said, abstaining is always an option. And I think that there's no meaningful difference between not voting and writing Mickey Mouse or Cenk Uygur or somebody that is not going to win and doesn't have the option to win. But that's an entirely different thing than protesting by fighting the party. I mean, you get it. You know it.
Can't vote in the election. Vietnam, Serbia. I'll go to a non-extradition country.
Whole studio laughing at you on that one. No, not laughing with you. Laughing at you, pal.
Vietnam, Serbia. I'll go to a non-extradition country where they can't get me. Well, they can always get you, but maybe they can't ask to bring you back.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's like, to me, those are unacceptable. So I want to hurt them as much as I can, burn the boats, and open up a space for someone else. And you're right. There's no concretes, but we have to allow for the possibility that will happen.
Yeah, I think in the face of allowing for a possibility when guaranteed we will have open borders, the courts will be packed and we lose our country. So in other words, on one hand, we guaranteed lose the country. There's no doubt about that. On the other hand, we see the...
Maybe this magical plan will work out, but also we have all of this horrible shit that we know for sure will happen. Yeah, I'm willing to take that risk.
Incremental improvements. I think we agreed here. Let me go back to this. And I appreciate you taking the time, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
We agreed on the institutions. And I think that we probably both agree that cultural institutions are probably more important than political.
Guys, we got a lot left. The goal, obviously, we've got under half an hour left. But, of course, the donos do keep the party raging. So if you would like to keep going past the next 28 minutes of this stream, make sure you drop a dono for the stream.
And I think that we probably both agree that cultural institutions are probably more important than political ones long term. That's my view. They're comparable, but in other words, they shouldn't be overlooked. How long did that take place? Like, how long did it take for the left to completely control academia, media, the entertainment industry? Like,
give me your answers. How long do you think it took the left to completely control academia, media, and the entertainment industry? I'm gonna say 20 years. I think it might be a little bit more or a little bit less, but I'm gonna say 20 years. Because I don't know exactly where he's going with this, and I don't know the exact parameters. But how long do you think it took for the left to completely control academia, the media, I mean, like the news media, and entertainment industry specifically, Hollywood. So they said 80 years. So that'll be what, the 1956? What year is it? I don't even fucking know. But, mid 20th century. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else? Since the hippies, well, not quite as long, but okay. Let's see. I'm saying 20 years, but let's see where he's going with this.
To completely control academia, media, the entertainment industry. Like, you're talking about anywhere from 90 to big tech outside of when they saw the writing on the wall in the last election, right? We know that these people are not conservatives. I mean, I would say, okay, started in the 1930s, accelerated through the 60s, meaning the encroachment, the seizing of institutions, the change from the left has been consistent. It's been incremental. It's been subversive. And I bet you they're saying, thank God we didn't blow it all up. Wouldn't the change, the revolution for the positive, even though it's accelerated at a much more rapid rate than that, wouldn't we need to accept that change is incremental as well? Because we bitch about their power over institutions, but don't seem to have the spine to play the long game. And
Remember what I said earlier? The founding fathers were very clear that the wheels of justice and politics were meant to move slowly. We don't want giant swings in culture because that creates reactionaries. That creates people that, hey, I liked it the way it was, and now I'm mad that it's not that way anymore. We want change in certain areas, but that change has to be organic. People don't like change, so it has to take time.
And to fight the war of attrition.
I would be inclined to believe that. However, I think that, how long has it been, honestly? I mean,
isn't that what he asked you?
Where do you want to start the timer? Is it when Trump won the election in 2016, or is it 2000, or is it,
Yeah, in 2015. In 2015, the left had no institutional power in academia. In 2015, the left had no power in the mainstream media. In 2015, the left had no influence over Hollywood. This is who people are listening to? This is who people are getting their politics from? I'm shocked, but simultaneously, disappointingly, not really that shocked. Yeah, I mean,
1990. I mean, where do you want to draw the line exactly? Because
1990. 1990 was super based. The left had no power then.
Talking about the left being very unified. I think we agree with it. The left is far more unified, and the left will get in line. I mean, that's how you end up with a crazy broad like Kamala Harris without a primary. People are like, no, actually, we think she's great. They're unified and they make incremental progress. And by the way, that's a tenet of Marxism, subverting institutions. And conservatives are not. Conservatives are not. So let's go from the 60s, right? Goes back to the 30s, but McCarthy was right about a lot.
All right. So 60s, really in the 30s, but in the 60s. And that does seem to be accurate, that the hippie mentality took over. Play, motherfucker.
A few people lost a couple of commercial gigs. But they took over every institution by design, said this is going to be systematic. It's going to take a while. And people on the right go, I don't have everything at once. So let me work with those who seized power over all these institutions.
I just feel like we've tried it that way. I mean, so Trump is going to leave office in 2029 regardless. He came down the escalator in 15, so got elected in 16. Republicans win the Senate in 14. So it's like, let's say from Republicans winning the Senate in 14 until 2029, that's 15 years.
That's not that long, bro. That's not that long. It's not. You're not supposed to see major shifts in culture over 15 years. And this is what I mean about the childlike aspect of this. It's like, a whole 15 years ago, things were not completely different. That's on purpose. A generation used to be roughly 20 years because the idea was that the people from 1970 whatever to 1974, 1995, whatever the fuck you want to however you want to break up the generations. Millennial, with the millennials and later, it really messed it up. But let's talk Gen X and earlier. The generations were essentially, you're living in this era. The boomers, whether they're older boomers or they're the youngest year, They lived a very similar style of life. Society was essentially the same for them. Of course, things were going on. Things changed. Same thing for Gen X. That when if you're an older Gen X versus if you're super young Gen X, you're going to have a very similar social cultural landscape that you grew up with. It's the millennials where it starts. The older millennials are a bit different than the younger millennials, and now we have these micro generations where Gen Z and Gen Alpha, by the standards of the silent generation, the Boomers, Gen X, that should be one generation, but it's not. Because the world they live in is vastly fucking different. It is vastly fucking different. And so 15 years is not a long time. But you are a child, and that's more than half of your life. So you feel entitled to think that, well, things are exactly the same as 26 years ago when I was born. Which they weren't, but Perspective.
Winning the Senate in 14 until 2029. That's 15 years. Has anything gotten better in that time? Like, we're in a war with Iran.
Well, yeah, I would say that's where we go back to. But let's talk about institutions. Let's talk about culturally. Media. The fact that you and I are having this conversation, that's huge. This wouldn't happen just 4 or 5 years ago. Let's call it 6 years ago. Racially based admissions in college. That took a Supreme Court, by the way, a slow walk, boom, done. Also DEI.
Roe v. Wade.
In not only the federal government, but in any institutions that are subsidized federally. That's a big one, right? This lays the groundwork. The media now, legacy media, who controlled a lot of information, is irrelevant. And I will tell you my approach outside of just discussing yours.
And notice that specific point, that the mainstream media is kind of out there. Well, in 2015, that was already the case. I was the retard for thinking that mainstream media was going to give me all the information. That was 2015. That was 11 years ago, not quite 15, but that's not a lot of time. You're just a fucking child. And it's okay, but you're wrong. Take the L.
People will often ask me, hey, should conservatives do what the left did? Should people on the right, America First, do what the left did and try and go into jobs, for example, in media or in academia? And I've said, no. The point now is to continue to accelerate their descent into irrelevancy, because now there are ways to sidestep it. We need to accelerate the irrelevancy of a degree from an Ivy League school. So those institutions are no longer relevant. We need to accelerate the irrelevancy, for example, and we're already seeing it, but ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, we see it with you getting bigger numbers than whoever the hell, Brian Stelter, completely straight on CNN right now. It's a slow walk, and now these are rapid accelerations and overtaking cultural ground. That's why you're as influential as you are. That's why we're able to have this conversation. It's not a small thing, but there does need to be some unity in a common enemy, and that's why I started this with, is it the left, those who hate America? Because those are undeniable big wins.
Well, yeah, you're not wrong about the left being the enemy. To me, it's just a question of who will fight them. And I want
apparently not you.
Better right. I think that the right is not really putting up a real fight with the left. I actually...
Okay, so tell us how to do that. What would you like us to do? Explicitly, what would you like us to do that we're not doing now? Be like, oh, choose. Yeah, that's really helping. That's really helping fight the Democrats.
Don't even know that there's a huge distinction between the right and the left. And I know you disagree with that and you think there's like a big difference, but I think that they've kind of...
There's not a big difference, but there's clearly a difference.
They've been holding hands, walking us down the same path for a very long time, which is in terms of the big...
Yup, that's politics, baby. That's politics. So welcome to being an adult. You don't get everything that you want, and people have other incentives besides what you want.
Picture, it's free trade.
What? I bet you they didn't even miss anything. They literally, let's see, where's this cut in?
Free trade.
Free trade.
The line's very
social
far.
Conservatism isn't dead.
I think they cut out just enough. I don't believe that they cut that there. With you're telling me that there's all this left, but they just cut out this 5 seconds? Come on, man.
Trump wanted in the SAVE Act, they said, we're not going to let kids transition unless their parents allow them to. Like,
no, but I'm talking about culturally. The views on abortion have actually become far more moderated, especially in the wake of Dobbs, Roe v. Wade. If you look at the public perception of transgenderism, that's changed dramatically. If you look at the public cancel culture, remember, that's no longer a thing. Mm-hmm. Also, on that one, Trump said it backtracked immediately after backlash because he's responsive to them. But no, this is the social conservatism. Actually, in a lot of ways, people, there's a resurgence in it. I know because you've discussed it. You see what they call the manosphere. People like Andrew Wilson out there, people wanting to solve the problem of marriage because that is an issue. People wanting families. The very fact that people are saying, hey, the American dream is out of reach is because they've realized that they've been sold a false bill of goods through these institutions, right? Be a boss, babe. Go out, be promiscuous, have your abortions. Like, well, I don't want that.
Right. And so even though he just brought up Andrew Wilson, right? I've got plenty of issues with Andrew Wilson, but never would I like, I'm trying to just, I don't think Andrew would be dumb enough to say this type of stuff, but I'm trying to map that on to what we're seeing here because I'm trying to get inside Nick's head, and because he's not giving us enough information, I got to draw a parallel. But like even the stark disagreements I have with Andrew Wilson on many things politically, we are closely aligned. We're not completely aligned because we're different fucking people. But when you boil it down to the binary choice, of course we're on the same side.
But houses are still too expensive, and I would agree they're coming down, but they're still too expensive. I would not agree at all that social conservatism is dead. It's certainly much more mainstream and acceptable than it was when I was, a teenager.
I think you look at the GOP now, they're religiously pluralistic. They have all these like Hindus involved. Like Charlie Kirk wanted to call it ethical monotheism is like the new credo, so we can incorporate all these other traditions.
Yeah, that's smart. That's called building a coalition. Not just agree with me or you're wrong. He had his day in the sun. And hey, maybe in a few years, if he needs to take some time off, but maybe if he tries this bullshit and clearly doesn't work or do anything that he wanted it to do, takes a step back and be like, maybe I didn't know as much as I thought I knew, and having a constant stream of people just co-signing whatever the fuck it is that I say hasn't brought me down the right road. Take 6 months, a year off, then come back. And I mean, he is very congenial, as we said. So I think he could have a solid career, but he needs to reinvent himself. This is pathetic. This is pathetic.
You have the Trump administration's pro-IVF. They're not fighting on gay marriage. They have all kinds of gay people in the administration. They're not fighting on abortion. They overturned Roe. Now they don't want to do anything more about it. And then even with the transgenders, it's like, to me, that's the furthest, most extreme reach, and they're barely able to draw a line on that. They're not fighting.
So let's say gay marriage is an interesting example. So let's say that we had somebody pushing for overturning gay marriage. In order for that to be popular, you have to already have the people who want to get rid of gay marriage. I know a lot of you do, but you guys are an even smaller group than the Groypers. I mean, you're not every Christian is in the same chat and stuff. So like your influence is even less than that. But we know that the left is a fucking cult that will stick to anything. And so you give them more power, and they want the gay stuff, and you think that that's somehow going to give you a situation where it's further normalized. It's been the way that it is for much longer, and then people are going to want to overturn it.
What?
That's not how that works.
Feminism at all. You think about the party 20 years ago, and there was like a moral majority, and you had.
Yeah, it's almost like in that 20 years, you're like, 15 years, nothing has changed. It's almost like things have changed. It's almost like you don't just get to espouse your dictatorial things, that there is another side. All the things that you're complaining about, you're saying you want to vote for more of it. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Unless you actually had the sway. And you don't. Lone Wolf again. This is from 8/21. It is now 11:44. Biggest flaw Fuentes has. If Republicans lose, they're not going to say, we made Fuentes upset. We need to change something. They'll just say, historically, the party in charge loses the midterms. And then we will move on with our lives.
At these like
Buchanan.
extremely Christian, sure, but even under the Bush administration, now I feel like they've just kind of given that up, and now this administration is like, not everybody's Christian. Like I said, you've got some of these deviants involved. Like, so you have to admit that that's not really as much of a part of the platform as it was under Reagan or Bush 1 or 2. It is a much less
I don't
socially
think so.
conservative
I mean,
party.
you just skim past Dobbs Roe v. Wade overturned. Like you skimmed past that. That's my
Well, that's not good for my argument, so I'm not going to talk about that. You know, like the woke do.
monumental.
Yeah, I mean,
And
they
I get it's not
overturned that,
everything. It's not everything, but it is the single biggest, most impactful policy on abortion, which, by the way, we all assumed was a foregone conclusion in a degenerate society. It came as a shock, and it was such a shock.
Now, again, I have my own opinion that I think setting up an infrastructure so that now half of the states don't have 9-month abortions legal would have been better. I think more babies will die with getting rid of Roe v. Wade. But again, the wheels of justice turn slowly. And so that might need some time for people to see, oh, these 9-month abortion, you know what? We actually don't like that. We liked it on paper because it's, oh, the woman's right, blah, 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 blah. That's how this shit works. You don't vote for the people who are explicitly against all of the things that you like to send a message. Don't nobody fucking know who you actually voted for. There's no reason that anybody who you're trying to punish in the GOP would just be like, oh yeah, he's lying. Of course he voted for us. That seems way more rational. Now again, I don't think he's doing that. I think he is. It's too much of an L for him to be grifting on this. I do think that he means this, but shout out to Crowder for fucking making sure that this doesn't go any further. We got to see the comments.
In a degenerate society, it came as a shock, and it was such a shock that the left
Shock like Kaya
rallied behind it. Right? Can we just like you can't skim past that? It's not perfect, but that's a huge change.
I mean, to me, it's not a question of perfect. It's just when you look at the overall climate, like, is this Republican Party as Christian as it was 20 years ago? Absolutely not.
Right, but the nation isn't as Christian as it was 20 years ago, you fucking retard. The government is the people. If people are being less Christian, why would you expect that the government would be more Christian?
Stupid.
It's more or less flat earthers than there was 20 years ago. What? What?
Would you argue that?
I think young people are absolutely more Christian receptive. And when you look at church attendance, particularly more traditional denominations like Catholicism and Orthodox, I know people will argue that they're not growing as fast, but they are growing
I think it's a temporary bump because of people like Andrew Wilson, for better or worse, but fair.
quite a bit, especially among young men. Yeah, when I was a teenager,
I mean, definitely more Christian now than it was specifically 20 years ago. But I mean, again, on a whole a longer timeline, no, because the country is less Christian. The country is going to mirror the people. If people are less Christian, why would the government be more Christian? That don't make no sense.
I'm in my 30s. I was Rock Against Bush, right? Swastika on his head. By the way, left has done that with every single person. And it was a non-starter. There was no Christendom. If you showed up in a film, you were the serial killer. This idea was just women's choice, my body, and you had to sidestep it and say, well, if there was no thought that Roe v. Wade would actually be overturned. It was a pie in the sky dream. So yeah, I would argue that certainly with younger people, they are significantly more Christian than even those who used to be a libertarian thing. Like it used to be a Tucker Carlson lookalike convention at CPAC stuff. This is pre-fly fishing Tucker, bow tie Tucker era. So yeah, I think with young people, they're definitely more, if not Christian, but Christian receptive and traditional.
To me, I mean, I guess overall, I'm just not as impressed with the progress that we've made over the past couple of decades. Maybe that's the difference. As you sort of look at as glass half full, like, well, at least we got Roe, and at least we know we're trying to do these things, and hey, it's incremental and it takes time. And me, I feel like we're staring down the barrel of a gun where it's like we're about to become a minority as white people. The immigration thing, it's already kind of been done to us. We need something radical and urgent, because otherwise it's going to be a slow descent, and that's not a victory.
But what'll it fix? So let's assume, and I can't, but Let's assume you have the concrete.
Well, some do, but if you look at the party, you're right. That's a change that mimics people like me who were more liberal-minded, saw what the left wing was doing, and moved towards more right-wing ideas. But that doesn't mean that I changed who I was. I'm not a Christian, so I don't have any reason to be against gay marriage. I've told you guys my specific position on the semantics, that if from the beginning we had just had civil unions and marriage was just a thing that was in the church and didn't give you any legal benefits or tax benefits or anything like that, that would have been the way to go. Because then it wouldn't be different for the gays to have civil unions. Everybody would have civil unions, and that would be what gives you the rights that comes with marriage. And then on top of that, if you're a Christian and you want to have a actual matrimony, then there's no conflict. But you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
It's the roster. That was my first question. It'll still be my roster, funds, ground game. Okay, you get that guy in. You're still going to run into 100% of the Democrat Party opposing it, and you're still always going to have some Republicans who are useless. So let's assume you do that. How does that get you radical change within 2 years like you demand? Or you basically, sabotage them?
Say more on this. Glowing Dark said marriage should be only for gay people. I don't see why the straights need to get married. Please say more.
See, but this is a straw man. It's not about 2 years. This is Trump's second term. Republicans have been in control since 2022 of the House and the Senate. So it's like, it's not like we said, you got
politically and historically, 2022 was yesterday.
2 years. I gave them 2 years in 2016. And
2 whole years. 2 whole years. And they didn't meet Nick Fuentes' threshold of perfection. Therefore, we should vote for the Transing the Kids party.
Nothing. And then we said, okay, 2018, then 2020.
You say nothing again. Can you say he didn't do as much as you would like, but not nothing?
He didn't build a wall. They didn't repeal Obamacare, then they cut.
Okay, but can you engage with what he just said? Trump didn't do nothing. He just didn't do enough for you personally.
The corporate tax rate by 10%. So it's like, meaningfully, what did they really do? They didn't, legal immigration.
All of the things that Crowder's been listing this entire time. Like, we just went over this.
Immigration was really bad. So it's like, again, it's not 2 years. It's been a long time coming. And so I would just want
4 of those years was under the people that you're voting for. None of it fucking makes any sense. None of it makes any fucking sense. Guys, less than 5 minutes. I will extend the goal if we get a 5er. But if not, I got to be up early again tomorrow. So I'm not looking.
What was on the economy, and it was the rip-roaringest economy that we had seen in our lifetime.
These are excuses. These are narratives they give us.
When people vote on immigration, when people vote on the economy and they run on those platforms, they're held accountable to those platforms. You said you don't care about the platform of immigration, which was the big issue this time. The first election, it was entirely about the economy. So if you want to say, okay, record low inflation, where we actually saw employment come back, onshoring jobs, if that's nothing, you can say it. But be honest with people and say that doesn't mean anything to you, just like immigration doesn't mean anything to you now. Just be honest. Don't call it nothing.
That's dishonest to say. Obviously, I care about immigration, but 26.
Do you though? Do you though? Because it doesn't fucking seem like it. It seems like we've got the best anti-illegal immigration shit that we've had in our lifetimes, but it's not good enough. It's not perfect. It's only 87%, not 100%. So I'm going to vote for the people who created the issue.
Come on, man.
16 was about build the wall. They didn't. They fed us this.
This is a fucking tantrum. I want a wall. He didn't build a wall, so you need to be punished. I'm going to punish you. I'm going to vote for the other team because you didn't build a wall. I think when he said that's just honest, that was a projection. Good catch. I missed that one. Dilly. All right, 3 minutes left. Let's finish this up.
Immigration. But 2016 was about build the wall. They didn't. They fed us this line and said, well, we need to fix the economy first so we could win the midterms. Okay, well, then you lost the midterms. And then we never got a border wall. It's like, so, this is
So the voting for the Democrats will give us a border wall.
what I'm talking about. It just never gets done. It never happens. If we win,
Nothing.
well, we don't have enough power.
And
If
again,
we lose,
again, nothing happens. Nothing happens. And good on Crowder for calling that out again.
never gets done and never happens. If we win,
Nothing.
well, we don't have enough power. If we lose, well, we weren't in power. It's like, okay, so when do we get the border wall? When do we?
Sometimes you don't. That might be the answer here, Nick. That there's too much political power against your ideas that you don't get them. That is a possibility of living in a democratic republic.
Get the deportations? When do we not go to war with Iran? When do we not spend $2
I want more.
trillion on the military? Like that,
I want more.
that's the thing. So I want to try somebody that's actually going to do what
Like who?
they promised to do.
Who?
Someone will rise up, and you will.
Will they though? Probably not though.
See, and you'll be very happy.
That's the pitch. It didn't happen in the other ones, but it'll happen this time. It didn't happen in
In
2020, didn't happen in 22, didn't happen in 2024, but it'll happen now.
22 is an off year. It happened in 2016.
It's about the primaries, but yeah, because you've advocated this or sitting out, and that's a problem. And here's the thing.
So
I want
let me try to pull this into a Christian thing, because I think this is something that you guys will be able to wrap your head around. You know what I mean? This is like saying, when I was born, Jesus was just walking around. All right? And since he died, like, when are we getting all the miracles? It's like, Nick, that's, well, maybe if we pay Satan, then Jesus will come back. Maybe if we just throw away everything that Jesus told us, then that will punish him and force him to come back. How am I wrong? He said, no, because the person who was likely coming up was shot on a stage speaking to the people. Yep, but to be fair, I don't think that Nick really likes Charlie, or liked Charlie that much anyway. Right? I thought so. It's not, I mean, maybe not perfect, but the fact that he was born, he came into adulthood, like teen to adulthood, with switching from Obama to Trump. And as much as in 2026 we can be like, oh my God, Obama. At the time, Obama was loved. Obviously not by everyone, but Obama was loved. And it's only now in hindsight that people are like, I mean, he spoke well, but I mean, Obama, he doesn't have enough time. He hasn't had enough time to live and understand the things that he is saying. You can get really far on speculation and ideas and theories. Not this one. Not this one. Yeah. So I don't know where he goes from here, but this is bad. This is in terms of the Nick Fuentes brand. This is bad. Because he accepts that there's a risk. So if I take this risk, it may not pay off. And everybody now, namely Crowder, is like, this is not going to work. And so then when it doesn't work, everybody's going to be like, see, we fucking told you. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Shut up, sit down, learn some shit for another 10 years, and then maybe you'll have something to say. But until then, not looking good. I do want to highlight this one more time because Lone Wolf was so on point. Bingo. Biggest flaw Fuentes has. If Republicans lose, they're not going to say, we made Fuentes upset. We need to change something. They will simply say, historically, the party in charge loses the midterms. And then we move on with our lives, as if Nick Fuentes did not ever exist. Still didn't get a response on how my tattoo has to do with Graham Plattner's tattoo, but shout out to Box for being a member for 17 months. Shout out to our sponsor, Big Daddy, Sugar Daddy, Fung Master General. We also had Jason and Box. And of course, Jay signing up as a new member. Guys, remember, Friday is potentially the last chance to hit our weekly goal. It doesn't look like we're going to do a movie night this week, but I don't know. I'll keep the faith alive. I'll keep the faith alive because I did a decent amount of drinking this week. I get up early. I got to get up early tomorrow, so I'm definitely not streaming tomorrow. And then we'll see about the weekend because I also have an early-ish client on Friday, and then I have to come home and we'll do the show. So I don't know. Well, I mean, we got to hit the goal first, and then whoever's here when the goal is hit, you guys get to choose, throw out movies, and then we'll come to an idea, and we'll put it to a poll, and then whatever you guys choose, we will watch any movie that from the 1970s to the mid 90s or really anytime, any movie after the 1970 that I hadn't seen that everybody should see. Again, we just watched Star Wars, but A New Hope. But that's the only Star Wars I've seen, other than season 1 of The Mandalorian. Never seen Star Trek. Never seen Terminator. Never seen Jaws. Never seen Jurassic Park. There's a lot of movies there. There's a lot, so many great movies. So I'm not gonna sit and watch them by myself. I'm just like, okay, all right. I guess that was a movie that people watched. I need you guys there to give me the context as to why it was so much fun and why it was such a good movie at the time. That's the idea here. So thank you so very, very much for hanging out once again, guys. This is Morty, and I have been your host, Watch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I've not seen Airplane. But real quick, I do want to thank you guys. I love that you guys could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me, and that means so very, very much. Once again, we've got the Overlord, and I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.